And welcome to our bugler tonight, Justin Nurin, with the call to post, and they are stepping out for the second race. Scratch one, Always Be Charlie judges. Number 2 is In the Moonlight with Jordan Stratton for Tom and John Cancelleri. 3 is Big Ego with Yannick Gingras, trained by Paul Blumenfeld for Canarsie Stable. The 4, Florid Freddy, Stacy Kyoto trains and drives, Kyoto Racing. Smokin' Hot Scott, number 5, with Jason Bartlett for Paul Fusco, owned by JMF Racing, LLC. Lou's Bodacious Boy, number 6, with Tim Tetrick for Scott DiDomenico, Triple D Stables, and Michael Raccoon. The 7, Twin Fury with Brett Beckwith, Darren Cassar trains for Jessica Cassar, Barry Charles, William Rochetti Jr., and Robert Mascara. The 8, For No with Patrick Ryder. Chris Ryder trains and co-owns with Robert Mondello and Barry Spack. Expedited Service, number 9, with Dexter Dunn for Richard Johnson and Guy Gamore. Lazarus Star, number 10, Dave Miller. Driving for Mark Silva and All-Star Racing. It's the black, royal blue, and red Happy Birthday Pep Moretti presentation. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and pick 3. 5-1 here on the 2. It's In the Moonlight, a 2 for 27 lifetime, but shows Knocking on the Door against non-winners of 4 and 3 in Pennsylvania. Gets an inside draw for Team Cancelleri. The 10, Lazarus Star, 10-1, lived up to the favorites. Roll with a lively narrow loss in a sparkling comeback race. He's stuck outside but makes his second start after an 8th-month layoff. And the 7, Twin Fury, 4-1, 150 and 1 performer here this season, returns with a challenging post, but he is being reunited with Brett Beckwith here. His tactical speed certainly can put him in play. 2-10-7's the call here. Good luck.
Race 2 is all 4 of our handicappers here at the Meadowlands look for a sweep of the daily double. Derek and I are on the same horse again here, but I'm going to take a minute before I get to Twin Fury, talk a little bit about number 3, Big Ego. This one took a lot of money early and still right now is holding up as the favorite, but there's probably still about 60% of the win pool to come.
Yeah, I mean, the horse is going to drift up. There's no doubt about it. But, you know, maybe the horse is more live than we think, you know, just looking at her, you know, on paper. You know, I look at this horse and I don't see many lines that make me want to run to the window other than maybe that Yonkers effort about 5 starts back. But, you know, people see something sometimes that I miss.
Derek, let me ask you a little bit about your process, because you and I always talk about how it tends to take about 3 hours to do a Meadowlands card. Obviously, there are some days where it's going to be an hour and a half and some days when it might be 3.5. How many lines on Big Ego would you look at? Just October the 18th, I assume, because of the Meadowlands?
You know what? I looked at the last couple of lines. You know, even the Yonkers line and the line at Pocono. You know, sometimes I'll even watch replays from the horses out of town if I have questions about what the line looks like. You know, I really, looking at this horse, I didn't see something that made me think, hey, this horse can go like a 151 mile or a 152 mile, which is what is needed. But clearly someone feels differently, you know.
All right now 2-1 is the price on number 3, Big Ego, all the way down from 15-1 on the morning line. As I said, Derek and I are on the same ship here with number 7, Twin Fury for Darren Cassar.
Yeah, I thought the effort in the Simpson was decent. I thought the effort here last time was really good. You know, left well, was just maybe tougher competition. I mean, look at who this horse was facing. Son of a Nutcracker. I mean, Son of a Nutcracker is a pretty nice young horse.
Yeah, it's a nice 2-year-old from Tommy Cancelleri.
Yeah, it's a nice young horse. Tom Horn, you know, the start where this horse was 3rd, about 5 starts back, lost to Tom Horn and Son of a Nutcracker. So, and there's other horses in this against him I've seen, like Manolete and stuff like that. So this horse shows good company, and I think this was a pretty soft spot overall.
You and I also saw the same on Lazarus Star. Started at 4, is all the way up to 8, but this one has big speed for Mark Silva.
Absolutely, and that was first start in 8+ months. I mean, that's a pretty big mile after missing 8 months. And this is a 4-year-old going against all younger horses. Every horse in this race is 3. So you would think that's a little bit of an advantage as well. I think 7-1 is a very fair price, and you get to move in from post 10 to post 9 because of the scratch.
At this stage of the season, is the differential between a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old much less because the 3-year-olds now are seasoned and it's almost the end of the year?
Yeah, I would think it's not a lot, but then again, you hear all the time how these 4-year-olds are racing older horses, 5-year-olds and older, and they say how they're at a huge disadvantage. So maybe there is still a disadvantage. I think overall, as far as the sport goes, 2-year-olds are getting faster and faster, earlier and earlier, which means they're more mature as 3-year-olds as well.
Speaking of Tommy Cancelleri, he's got In the Moonlight in here, leaving from post 2, right around his morning line, 5-1. He started out. Right now he's 9-2. I happen to like horses shipping in from Chester with those non-winners of 3 lines, non-winners of 4 before that at Pocono. So there's a little bit of battle testing that's good for In the Moonlight at this spot.
Really, the big question is this horse going to move up on the big track? This horse is making his big track debut tonight. You do see some Pocono lines, maybe 4 starts back where the horse paced in 51-2. That's a pretty nice mile. If he could put in a 51 mile here, certainly competitive. The price is okay at 5-1.
Now, before we throw to Ken, number 9, Expedited Service. Right now, that one has assumed the favorites role. A winner at Pocono in 154-3. Not so sure that 54-3 is going to cut it here.
Well, I think what you're getting here is the Dexter Dunn money. I mean, don't get me wrong, this horse looks reasonably competitive on paper. If Dexter actually moves this horse up a little bit, then this horse clearly is the horse to beat. I don't know that 5-2 is the price I want, but I don't think it's ridiculous.
All right, race 2, we're looking to sweep the daily double. Derek and I with number 7, Twin Fury, who's up there at 3-1. By the way, Twin Fury, I just thought he was going to sprint to the lead and go all the way. Apparently, based on the betting board, it's not going to be that easy.
Well, he's going to sprint to the lead, but I think he's going to have some company from the 9 and certainly the 10 along the way. So it's not going to be easy for him if he wins. He's going to have to, show a little bit more late in the mile. You got to understand, he's got 8 seconds in 20 starts and 3/3. Clearly, this horse winning is not
a little bit of a hanger.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a hanger, and 3-1's not a great price. Listen, he's my top pick, but not a top pick. I'm like jumping up and down and running to the windows to go bet.
Like I said, Derek and I both have the 7 Twin Fury. John Rallis had the 1. May always be Charlie. Now scratches into the 7 Twin Fury. Ken Wargenden, he's playing contrarian again. He's got 9-2 in the Moonlight. Good luck, everybody, in the second race. Coming up in the third race, it's the first of our 8 big ones. The Open Mares FanDuel Championship for $175,000.
Go for Glory Stable warm-up is complete. They're heading to the gate for the second race. Final call to wager here. Scratch 1, always be Charlie Judges. It's post time. Preferred equine starting gate is rolling. Wide open betting board here at 5-2, the 7 Twin Fury and 9 Expedited Service. Also 5-2. At 4-1, the 2 In the Moonlight. 5-1, 3 Big Ego. Now 6-1 on Big Ego. Also at 6-1, the 10 Lazarus Star. Field of 9 on gate, second race. Here they come. And the rock, smoking hot Scott shoots out along with Twin Fury. Expedited Service, Lazarus Star in blast-off mode on the far outside. In the Moonlight leaves alertly into the top 5 down on the inside with Big Ego's 6th as they head to the opening quarter. Then comes Florid Freddy at the rear of the field. Lou's Bodacious Boy, and the early trailer is Furneaux. 2 wide at that opening quarter, and it is Lazarus Star 10-1 for Dave Miller in 27-1. Lazarus Star leads it. Dexter Dunn with Expedited Service sweeps up on the outside to challenge. Twin Fury off the speed in third across the backstretch. Smoking Hot Scott is 4th on the inside. Then it's In the Moonlight, followed by a Big Ego jammed up now and fed Racetrack. And then it's Florid Freddy at the rear with Lou's Bodacious Boy, and still trailing is Furneaux. They're halfway home, and it's Expedited Service at 2-1. Expedited Service carves out a half of 55-4, 28-3 second quarter, and leads it by 2. Lazarus Star on the inside second. Twin Fury stayed in third. Up first over is Smoking Hot Scott on the outside, and he is grinding his way uncovered and towing Big Ego into it a bit closer, but Big Ego has to come 3 wide right now from 5th. Jammed up is In the Moonlight with Shovel to 6th. They're at 3 quarters. Expedited Service stalked by Lazarus Star and Smoking Hot Scott on the outside, and Twin Fury and Big Ego looks to rally. 124-2. They're into the stretch drive. And it's a Lazarus Star strikes the front. Lazarus Star, Expedited Service trying to battle back, towering up late. In the Moonlight is motoring. but it's Lazarus Star almost home for the Buckeye in the Moonlight closing. Lazarus Star, then In the Moonlight, and Lose Bodacious Boy, then Close Expedited Service or Smokin' Hot Scott, 152 and 2. Judges posting number 10, Lazarus Star, 152 and 2 in the photo sign. There's your Dr. J Stallion Management slow-mo replay. Number 2, In the Moonlight, was second. 6, Lose Bodacious Boy, third. 9, Expedited Service, fourth. 10, 2, 6, 9. Number 10, Lazarus Star. He's a 4-year-old bay gelded son of Lazarus, son of high fashion model by a Western Terror. Bred in New Jersey by the ownership All Star Racing Incorporated, Towacco, New Jersey. Trainer Mark Silva and Hall of Famer Dave Miller in the sulky. Second victory of 2025 and career victory number 3. It's the mile of his life, a new lifetime mark tonight. 152 and 2. And earlier tonight you saw the tribute video to for Dave Miller, one of the all-time greats heading back home to Ohio, one of the greatest performers in the sport's history, closing in on $300 million in career earnings and 15,000 career victories. So many great moments here at the Meadowlands, and best of luck back in Ohio for Dave Miller. Race 2 is official. Number 10, Lazarus Star, pays $23.40, $9.60, and $7.20. The 2, In the Moonlight, $7.20 and $4. And the 6, Lose Bodacious Boy, $15 to show. 10-2 exacta, $134.20. The 10-2-6 trifecta, $1,385.20. The Daily Double 410, $46.20. Dime Superfecta, $328.51, 10-2-6-9. Post time for the upcoming third race, 7:15. It's the FanDuel Championship Open Mares Trot for $175,000. A field of 5 exacta, trifecta, 20-cent Survivor Pick 7 gets underway in the upcoming third race. Smoking Hot Scott shoots out along with Twin Fury. Expedited Service, Lazarus Star in blast-off mode on the far outside. In the Moonlight leaves alertly into the top of 5 down on the inside with Big Ego's 6th as they head to the opening quarter. Then comes Florid Freddy at the rear of the field. Lou's Bodacious Boy, and the early trailer is Furneaux. 2 wide at that opening quarter, and it is Lazarus Star 10-1 for Dave Miller in 27-1. Lazarus Star leads it. Next are done with Expedited Service, sweeps up on the outside to challenge. Twin Fury off the speed in 3rd across the backstretch. Smoking Hot Scott is 4th on the inside. Then it's In the Moonlight, followed by a Big Ego jammed up now in Fed Racetrack. And then it's Florid Freddy at the rear with Lou's Bodacious Boy, and still trailing is Furneaux. They're halfway home, and it's Expedited Service at 2-1. Expedited Service carves out a half of 55 and 4, 28-3 second quarter, and leads it by 2. Lazarus Star on the inside, 2nd. Twin Fury stayed in 3rd. Up first over is Smoking Hot Scott on the outside, and he is grinding his way uncovered and towing Big Ego into it a bit closer, but Big Ego has to come 3 wide right now from 5th. Jammed up is In the Moonlight with Shovel to 6th. They're at 3 quarters. Expedited Service stalked by Lazarus Star and Smoking Hot Scott on the outside, and Twin Fury and Big Ego looks to rally. 124 and 2. They're into the stretch drive. And it's a Lazarus Star strikes the front. Lazarus Star, Expedited Service trying to battle back, towering up late. In the Moonlight is motoring, but it's Lazarus Star almost home for the Buckeye. In the Moonlight closing. Lazarus Star, then In the Moonlight, and Lou's Bodacious Boy, then close Expedited Service or Smoking Hot Scott. 152 and 2. Always Beat Charlie, a judge's scratch. In the Moonlight 2nd. Big Ego 7th. Florid Freddy 6th. Smoking Hot Scott was 5th. Lou's Bodacious Boy 3rd. Twin Fury was 9th. Furneaux was 8th. Expedited Service 4th. And Lazarus Star the winner. It's scratch 2-7, 6-5-3-9, 8-4-1, 152 and 2.
Purple Haze Standard Bred Adoption Program in Oxford, New York was created in 2018 by Wanda Palacini to provide training to transition for finding homes and new careers for horses. Horses are started with groundwork and then ridden in an arena before moving on. Horses at Purple Haze are then evaluated and adopted out based on abilities and temperament. If you have a horse that you care about, or if you are looking for a great pleasure horse, contact Purple Haze Standard Bred Adoption Program at 518-669-2715.
New Jersey-based trainer Lucas Wallen was voted the 2022 Rising Star Award winner. The young gun from Sweden campaigned Rebuff, who equaled a Meadowlands track record of 149-4 in the Stanley Dancer Memorial. Rebuff went on to win the Kentucky Futurity in 150-3 and banked almost $1 million. Wallen also captured 2 Pennsylvania Sire Stakes finals for 3-year-old trotters with Pour Me a Double and Manon. Now a 2-time Hambletonian finalist, Lucas Wallen continues his ascent into trotting's upper echelon. Marcus Melando, the youngest to be named Trainer of the Year, enjoyed the best season of his skyrocketing career in 2024 with more than 100 wins and $6.4 million in purses. Melando campaigned Dan Patch Award winner Maryland, winter book favorite for the Hambletonian, and one of 5 for Melando in the top 10. His other top performers were Oh Well, Date Night Hanover, French Chronos, Super Chapter, and Periculum, the 2025 Cutler Memorial winner. Melando unveiled another promising battalion of 2-year-olds in 2025 from his New Jersey base. The Melando star continues to rise. Just call on Marcus.
You have the right to know someone has your back. You have the right to do more and worry less. The right to have equipment you can trust. The right to do the job without getting beat up. The right to work hard and feel good. Work hard, feel good. FerrisMower.com/dealer.
With the call to post, it's our bugler Justin Nurin, and the open trotting mares are stepping on the track for the FanDuel Championship Final. This starts the 20-cent Survivor Pick 7. Number 1, Warwi Michelle, the Breeders' Crown champion. Ocas Fonstead trains and drives and co-owns with Sant'Andrea Incorporated and Young Guns. Number 2, Elista Hanover, Todd McCarthy driving for Annie Stobie. Arlene and Philomena Curry and Annie Stobie is a co-owner. 3, Bravo Angel with Jason Bartlett, trained by Per Engblom for Kansas Racing Stable Incorporated. The 4, MM's Dream with Yannick Gingras for Ron Burke, Hillside Stables, and Frank Baldacchino. And the defending champion, the 5, Nelson Bright Eagle with Dexter Dunn. Ocas Fonstead trains and co-owns with Nils Johan Munkhagen. For $175,000, the FanDuel Championship Final. Open Mares Trot, Exacta Trifecta, Survivor Pick 7 starts here, and the 1, Warwi Michelle. Right now is a 3-2 sparring with the 2, Elista Hanover. This is the rubber match between these two this season. Warwi Michelle stormed home to pay off the chalk in the Breeders' Crown, and she closed from a pretty tough spot in that. 26-4 lands the rail here to spearhead the team's Fonstead 1-2 punch. This world champion has a chance to seal the division title. 2, Elista Hanover, 3-2 now. Just missed with that gallant try in the Breeders' Crown. She went past $1 million, draws inside to play a stocking role in her second try off the bench as she vies for divisional honors as well. And the 5, Nelson Bright Eagle, 8-1. Dexter Dunn won the 2024 edition in a stakes record of 149-4. She was right there in the Breeders' Crown photo, reunited with Dexter Dunn. So she looms large at a nice price, 1-2-5.
All right, Derek Gidmer, it's time to fire up the stakes machine here on this Saturday night, November the 15th at the Big M. Let's get it going with the Open Mares Trot, the FanDuel Championship. We've got 3 horses here. That's what the board tells us. It's going to be the 1, the 2, or the 4. You opted for number 2, Elista Hanover. Elista Hanover, 3 for 13 on the year, but over $500,000 in earnings.
Yeah, I think she's just had some bad luck and some tough strips. You know, when you look at her past performances, that Breeders' Crown performance, she was out, quite a long way, made it to the front. Those were fast fractions: 26-2, 54-3, 122-3. To only lose by a head to Warwi Michelle, who was set up nicely by those fractions from off the pace. To me, it was the better performance of the 2, even though she didn't win.
And the thing of it is, I see it the other way around. I think Warwi Michelle's performance was better than Elista Hanover's because Warwi Michelle had so much ground to make up. I mean, look, that finish line comes awful quick when you're at the 8th pole in a big race like the Breeders' Crown. And Warwi Michelle just absolutely was gunning it, sitting 5th to the top of the stretch and getting up in a 26-4. That was a real thriller. And Warwi Michelle, I think, might be just a little bit better than Elista, but it's a great matchup.
Yeah, it's a great matchup for sure. They're both 4-year-olds, so I assume we're just going to keep seeing them for at least another year. They both had great years. They both made just over $500,000.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Their records look pretty even. 3 for 13, 3 for 10. 549, 8,000, 524,000. They're basically like carbon copies on paper.
MM's Dream is certainly a horse who can do, and right now that one's up there at 4-1 on the big board for Ron Burke and Yannick Gingras. MM's Dream caught fire again after winning the Steele for a 3rd consecutive season, won 3 out of 4, all against stakes caliber horses, then came up with a couple of seconds out at Hoosier Park, but then in the Breeders' Crown ended up 5th. Is that trending in the wrong direction right now?
I don't know that it's trending in the wrong direction. Maybe she went up there and she didn't like the surface of the track or something like that. There's so many things that can go into. Maybe she shipped up there and she got sick, or there's a lot of factors here. I think 7-2 is another great price on her that you're getting here because she's proven time and again that she's capable and she can go that 150 flat, 150 and 1 mile that needs to win this race.
Is she, I think, MM's Dream, would her most likely road to the winner's circle be on the front end?
Yeah, I would say that's probably true. I would imagine Yannick's going to gun her out here, and and he very well might set the pace unless a horse like Nelson Bright Eagle or Todd McCarthy decides to get really aggressive with Elista.
I realize it's a 5-horse field, and the other 2 horses, and we're going to touch on them, they're no bums. Bravo Angel is a horse who showed absolutely incredible late trot, turning the clock back to the summertime in the Miss Versatility, closing like a shot at the Meadowlands in 2 straight races. Does have a little bit of a braking problem. That hasn't been the problem lately, but in recent starts, the form just hasn't been there.
Yeah, I think she's been a little bit of a tease, this year. Like, she looks like she's going to, pop up and win one of these big races.
I gave her out.
But she just hasn't been able to get over the hump. And, this is a short field, so it gives her the opportunity to just sit and relax. If they mix it up a little bit, maybe she can come flying late.
Nelson Bright Eagle is the horse who won, I believe, the FanDuel last year from off the pace. But we know that this one has big trot. 0 for 9 on the year, but some close calls.
Yeah, you see that 49-4 win last year. It kind of jumps off the pages. Says, hey, this girl can do it. She's getting up there now, 7 years old. She's 0 for 9, makes, maybe she's just a drop past her prime, though. You still see that 49-4 mile 2 starts back in the Al-Raj. So clearly she can keep up with these. The question is whether she could beat these.
Yeah, I would think that she would need a tremendous pace, which is unlikely given how short the field is. But if she got a contentious pace, maybe, just maybe, she could come from off the action and win it.
I think there's a chance that Dexter could fire her out hard. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen him leave the gate. And the Miss Versatility, 4 starts back, she left in 27-1, ended up sitting in the pocket, but it was still a good leave. In the Al-Raj, she left in 27-4. So I wouldn't be shocked, but it's going to be harder because I think MM's Dream is going to leave to her inside.
Next up is the first of 8 big ones. We're going to start it all with the $175,000 FanDuel Championship for open mares. Derek Givner, he gives out number 2. Elista Hanover, right now the 3-2 second choice. I'll take the favorite, 7-5, number 1. Warrawee Michelle. John Rallis, he'll take Elista. Ken Warkington will take Warrawee. Who do you like in the FanDuel Championship Open Mares Trot? John Rallis will have winner circle reaction, and I'll have a very special retirement ceremony. All that after the 3rd race. Good luck, everybody.
In race 14, we have a scratch now, the 9 interest-free judges. Race 14, scratch 9 interest-free judges. Trotting mares at the gate for the 3rd race. It's post time. Preferred equine starting gate is rolling for the field of 5. For $175,000, a FanDuel Championship final open mares trot. This starts the Survivor Pick 7. 7-5 on 1 and 2. Warrawee Michelle and Elista Hanover, both 7-5. The 4, MM's Dream at 7-2. They're on gate for the 3rd. Here they come. And they're off and trotting. MM's Dream fires out for the lead with Yannick Gingras. Zips right out and goes right to the top. Warrawee Michelle on the inside second. Around the first turn, Elista Hanover's 3rd, still in the 2 path. And then it's Bravo Angel and Nelson Bright Eagle. The defending champion is the early trailer. MM's Dream up front here to dictate the early terms. And parked in challenging is Elista Hanover and Todd McCarthy. Opening quarter, pretty crisp, 27-1. Elista Hanover still trying for the lead there, and off stride she goes. Elista Hanover broke. So it's MM's Dream across the backstretch to lead the way. A 2-hole ride now for Warrawee Michelle on the inside second, Bravo Angel 3rd, Nelson Bright Eagle 4th, Elista Hanover far back and off stride. MM's Dream at 6-1 fronts them. It is Warrawee Michelle in for that 2-hole ride. Bravo Angel and Nelson Bright Eagle and Elista Hanover way back. 56-3, 29-2 rating, but into a bit of a breeze across the backstretch tonight. It is MM's Dream. Gingras continues to call the shots here with 3/8 to go. Warrawee Michelle on the inside second. Bravo Angel still on the cones 3rd. Nelson Bright Eagle 4th. And Elista Hanover way back. Approaching 3/4, MM's Dream. Stalked all the way by Warrawee Michelle. Bravo Angel edges out of 3rd. And Nelson Bright Eagle, 3/4, 125-1. Very well rated. MM's Dream trying to polish it off here. Scoots off by 2. MM's Dream. Warrawee Michelle trying to rev up and come after her on the outside. Bravo Angel on the inside, looking for room now. And then Nelson Bright Eagle to the wire, but MM's Dream is picking him up and laying him down. MM's Dream all the way in a front-end masterpiece by Gingras in the FanDuel Championship in 151-4.
What a nice way to go out by MM's Dream. Yannick went right to the front there, got away with really slow fractions on the lead, obviously helped by the fact that Elisa Hanover was unable to make a brush to the front and made a break. 151 and 4, just a nice top on the, cherry on the top of the sundae for MM's Dream, and winning connections to Hillside Stable and owner Frank Baldacchino, trainer Ron Burke. What a great mare this has been, a 6-year-old. Over 2.2 million. Now it'll be almost to 2.3 million. Congratulations to the connections.
Judges posting the 4mm's Dream, the unofficial winner. There's your Dr. J Stallion Management Slow-Mo replay. 3, Bravo Angel was second. 1, Warwe Michelle third, and 5, Nelson Bright Eagle fourth. 4-3-1-5. 151 and 4. Ladies and gentlemen, the 4, MM's Dream, going out in style, in championship form. Well known for her consistency, her determination, and speed, and she's given her connections just so much joy and excitement. It'll be fun to see her start her broodmare career. And MM's Dream is a 6-year-old brown mare by Swan for All, out of Trading Places by Classic Photo, bred in Indiana by Mervyn J. Miller. She is owned by the Hillside Stables of Dundee, Ohio, and Frank Baldacchino of Harvey Cedars, New Jersey. Hall of Fame trainer Ron Burke, Hall of Fame driver Yannick Gingras. He gave MM's Dream a Hall of Fame drive tonight, rating all the way in 151 and 4. Win number 5 on the season, her 37th career victory in 69 starts. Gingras and Burke winning with Hannelore Hanover. Back-to-back in this event, back in 2016 and 2017. Hannelore Hanover. And Mr. Burke said that, MM's Dream gives him those Hannelore Hanover vibes. And why not? MM's Dream here, going out in style in the FanDuel Championship Final Open Mares Trot. Making the trophy presentation, Ashley Mayu. And we have a special retirement video to play for you momentarily. And we'll get winner circle reaction as well with Dave Little standing by. Congratulations to the connections of MM's Dream, paying $14.80, $9.40, and $4.80 with the upset. 3, Bravo Angel, $22.60, $7, and the 1, Warwe Michelle, $3.20. Exacta 4-3, $195.80. The 4-3-1 trifecta, $638.80. MM's Dream, a 3-time Indiana Sire Stakes champion, Hambletonian Maturity winner. 3 in a row in the John R. Steele Memorial, equaled the stakes mark this year, 149 and 4, and that's her career best. 2-time Miss Versatility final winner, Dayton Derby winner as well. Stellar career. And she caps it off in the FanDuel Championship tonight. There are no changes in the upcoming fourth race, race 4 at 7:39. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Pick 3. It's a New Jersey Standardbred Development Fund Leg 2 division for 2-year-old filly pacers. Starts at Pick 3. Top down for that third race, 3-5-2-1-4. 3-5-2-1-4, 151 and 4.
MM's Dreams pulls off the minor upset here in the FanDuel Open Mare Trot. I'm here alongside winning driver Yannick Gingras and a co-owner here, Joey Baldacchino, and I'm going to bring in Yannick first and foremost. Yannick, congratulations on getting the job done, and she obviously gets the job done here. You've been synonymous with this mare. What has it meant for you, obviously, driving her, especially over the last little while?
Yeah, no, I've driven her all year. She's been tremendous. The last few starts, maybe she wasn't quite as sharp as she was maybe in the middle of the summer, but she surely showed up tonight, and I'm so happy for the connection.
We know that she's so good when she does pull the shoes, but in some of those prior efforts leading up to this event, and maybe she just didn't have that same level of pop, but she really seems to love racing at the Meadowlands.
Yeah, she does. She really does love this track, and she comes up big Ambo Day every year. Seems like it's her race, and TVG's back-to-back now. It's a tremendous way to end it. She's been a great mare for them, and you want good horses to end on their own term, and I mean I think this is synonymous of that, right? She gets out on top.
You've driven so many quality horses and quality mares for these same connections as well. Give us a word to describe MM's Dream.
She could just do it all. She's got speed. She's got the endurance too. She's got tremendous grit. She loves to fight. If you she didn't get beat many times where they're like head to head down the stretch. She loves to fight them off, and I think her wheel. Hopefully, she passes that to her offspring, and hopefully, I get to drive them.
All right, congratulations, Yannick.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to bring in Joey Baldacchino, co-owner here. Joey, first and foremost, congratulations. And look, your dad obviously been a part of the ride here with MM's Dream from the very beginning. Just for you, watching her grow and develop and just finish off her career here as a winner, I mean, what does it mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's special. She's been phenomenal her whole career, and she loves this track, so she always gives us a good effort here. So we thought we had a good chance to win, and she came through. She was perfect tonight, and she came through with the win.
For you, I mean, she's raced us so many years. She's had so many big-time moments. For you, what memory in particular stands out?
Probably the three-peat at the Hambo was probably the best moment with her. That was fun. Everyone comes to the Hambo Day from our family and locals, so that was really cool.
You're a young guy. Your dad has been heavily involved here in the business as well, and you've kind of, you want to carry the torch. You do want to be heavily involved as well in this industry. I mean, just what does this industry mean to you, and what does it mean to, watch your dad have success and as well be a part of it with him?
Yeah, I mean, growing up, my dad always used to bring me to the track, so it kind of got me involved in the game, and now that I'm older now, I started getting in on horses with him, and this was a great start for me, obviously. She's a great mare, so it's just special to have a horse like this.
Now, who gets more, nervous watching a race, you or your dad?
I think we both get pretty nervous, a little worked up, but it's always fun.
Well, from nerves to excitement, obviously a nice victory here. Congratulations, Joey.
Thank you, John.
All right, MM's Dream, Yannick Gingras, Baldacchino and company get it done here in the Open Mare Trot.
Hi, everybody. Dave Little with you from the Winner's Circle. I'm joined by Frank Baldacchino, the owner of MM's Dream. Now, we're retiring MM's Dream, but there's still one more race to go.
Yeah, she has one more start next Saturday at Hoosier Park. They wanted to do something special for her out there. So I told her, well, we're here till the 15th, so if you want to get it done next Saturday, that'd be great. And we'll go out with a bang tonight, and hopefully we'll go out with a bang next Saturday.
All right, so Gabe Pruitt told me I got to give him a plug. Harris Hoosier Park next Saturday, the final start for MM's Dream. But for our purposes, we're retiring her tonight. what a ride this has been with the Indiana bred.
Oh, she's great. I mean, she just tries so hard. She's just a great horse. And nothing else you could say.
You know, I saw an interview on the internet that you did with Derek Givner about 5 years ago saying that Hannelore Hanover was your favorite horse. How does that rate now against MM's Dream?
They're pretty close. Hannelore has her beat by about 1 million. Hannelore beat the boys on almost all the occasions. She hasn't been able to fare as well against the boys, but against everybody else, she's been great, and she's just a pleasure. I love her.
A real testament to MM's Dream. She really wasn't at her best earlier in the season. Now she's won 4 stakes races at her last 6 or 7 starts.
Yeah, she's definitely cemented her age trot of the year for mares tonight with the win tonight over some really good horses, Alyssa Hanover and Warwick Michelle. I mean, there's no way she shouldn't get age trotting mare of the year tonight, and to win tonight at the Meadowlands is pretty special.
Frank, let's do a retirement ceremony for MM's Dream. Congratulations on her great success.
Thanks so much, Dave.
MM's Dream was retired at the age of 6 after another stellar season in 2025. The Indiana bred by Swan for All was consistently a prominent force among harness racing's top trotting mares. Developed by Henry Graber Jr., trained by Ron Burke, and driven by Sam Widger, Dave Miller, and Yannick Gingras, MM's Dream was owned by Hillside Stables and Frank Baldacchino. Going into the FanDuel final, MM's Dream amassed 36 career wins and well over $2 million. She took a mark of 149-4, and she was in the money a remarkable 56 of 68 starts. Hall of Fame trainer Ron Burke said MM's Dream was quite simply a special mare that gave him Hannelore Hanover type vibes. In 2023, she rallied to upset heavy favorite Jiggy Jog in the Hambletonian Maturity. MM's Dream would promptly follow up by beating Jiggy Jog again with a decisive wire-to-wire 150 romp in her first of 3 straight Dr. John R. Steele Memorials. In 2024, MM's Dream got off to another strong start, and once again she was a star on Hambletonian Day, going back-to-back in the Dr. John R. Steele Memorial in 150-4. MM's Dream had another solid season in 2025, winning another Miss Versatility final, the Dayton Derby, and she made it 3 in a row in the Dr. John R. Steele Memorial, while matching the stakes record of 149-4. MM's Dream was known for her determination and speed, and she's given her connection so much joy and excitement as she embarks on her broodmare career. Co-owner Frank Baldacchino said, "It's just hard to find a horse like MM's Dream. She's one that has a nose for the wire, and until she gets to the wire, she never quits." All of us in harness racing and at the Meadowlands say farewell to a dream horse and salute MM's Dream. Meadowlands welcomes Phyllis Jones and Gloria Coates. Big welcome to Phyllis Jones and Gloria Coates. Enjoy the night. Meadowlands Racing and Entertainment have happy birthday shout-outs to Beth Ferrara, Marissa Cintron. And that can't be him. Is that him? It really is. It's Hall of Famer Dave Little. I don't think it's tonight. I think it's Monday. But happy birthday, Dave Little. Way to go, Dave. Two-year-old filly Pacer stepping out for race 4. New Jersey Standardbred Development Fund, leg 2, field of 8. Number 1 is Darn It with Andrew McCarthy, trained by Jordan Desrue for Anthony Ciaffatelli. Number 2 is PA Perfect with Corey Callahan, trained by Chris Choate. For Son of a Beach Racing, Albert Zullo and Craig Adam Smith. 3, Perfect and Sweet with Scott Ciron, trained by Ron Coyne Jr., owned by Ron Coyne Stables, Blair Corbeil, Richard Jack, and Larry and Greg Stable. 4, Wave Dancer with Braxton Boyd, trained by Linda Toscano for Brittany Farms. 5, Lady Assassin with Brett Beckwith, trained by Michael Eaton, owned by Michael Edward Eaton Jr. and Robert J. Griffin. 6, She Stings, Jordan Stratton for Corey Stratton, El Dorado Stables. 7, Imagine Heaven with Jason Bartlett, trained by Hunter Oaks for Flying A Racing Stable, Lucky Strike, and Chris Oaks. And number 8, Whoa Black Betty, Yannick Gingras for Ron Burke, Princeton Farms Incorporated, and Glenn Bechtel. Race 4 offering Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Pick 3. We're on the 2 here, 5-2 on PA Perfect. Finished well on 26-3, while pace and trip compromised last week. Now this is a 153-3 performer here. Draws better to show more in her second start off the bench. The 8, Wool Black Betty, 7-5. Well, grabbed the lead just 58-2 and battled bitterly to repeat in a career best of 154-1 to win her Team Burke Big M debut. And she rates highly despite the tougher draw tonight. The 4, Wave Dancer, 7-1. Hasn't been a serious threat in her last 2 since that 26-4 late surge and shocker fresh off the bench, but she draws well again to play that prime opportunist role. We've got 2-8-4 here in race 4. Good luck.
Hi, Derek. Let's first talk a little bit of handicapping about the third race. So I'm sorry, you got to turn back one page. First and foremost, Warwi Michelle worked out a trip that I thought would be advantageous for her, but she just didn't fire.
Well, the problem was the fractions. 125 and 1 3/4 allowed MM's Dream to get away soft enough to come home in 26-3. And how fast do you want Warwi Michelle to come home? And, that's too fast.
MM's Dream, great job by Yannick Gingras on the front end.
Yeah, he did a great job, but he was helped by the fact that Alyssa Hanover, when Todd McCarthy asked her to accelerate a little, she just couldn't accelerate fast enough to get, and then she ended up going into a break.
But is that really, obviously you don't know for sure, but this is a horse who never shows any running on her card.
Yeah, I really don't know. Maybe it's, the fact that he, hasn't been behind the horse before. Yeah. Maybe it was the 4 weeks off. Maybe she was a little too fresh. I don't know. Maybe she's sick. Who knows? Yeah. There's no way of knowing from where we're sitting.
Maybe we'll find out from Annie in the coming days and weeks. But congratulations to MM's Dream. Final Meadowland start. Last start of that one's career will be next Saturday at Harrah's Hoosier Park. Be sure and tune that in. Very exciting stuff. Race 4. New Jersey Standardbred Development Fund, 2-year-old fillies, leg 2. These are $10,000 races, but I tell you, Derek, it's another opportunity for New Jersey racehorses of a certain lower caliber, I don't think I'm being too mean there, to get a chance to make some money.
Yeah, everyone has to go out and earn some money somehow, and this gives them the opportunity. And I think the final next week is like $70,000.
Yeah, $70,000 estimated.
So that's pretty good money. If you have a horse that's a little bit of a late bloomer, or maybe just not at the top level, this gives you an opportunity to earn for the year and and come out ahead.
You're like number 7, Imagine Heaven from the Hunter Oaks barn. Jason Bartlett will drive off a 4th place finish here at the hands of Whoa Black Betty in most recent.
Yeah, she absolutely pushed away the gate. That's how fast she rocketed off the gate last time. Kind of got locked in the pocket a little bit in the stretch. I don't think she was loaded with pace, but it wasn't an ideal spot, especially for a young horse, for a young filly. I think this is another spot where she can gun right to the front, and I think she's helped out by the fact that the favorite on the board at 8-5, Whoa Black Betty, is probably going to have a tough time getting anywhere near the lead. And I think Yannick Gingras actually said in an interview earlier that he's going to try to race her off a helmet.
Wow. That kind of shocks to me because we have Bartlett, who obviously loves to leave the gate, and Gingras, who loves to leave the gate as well. So it wouldn't surprise me if it lined up 7-8 or 8-7 at the 3/8.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't be shocked if the 8 left. I was kind of, like I said, the interview that Yannick gave made it seem like he was going to try to race her from off the pace. You don't see a lot of speed on her lines. Even last time when she made it to the front, it was 29-1 and 58-2. I kind of figured that he was going to float away and just look for any kind of seed he could find.
Wave Dancer was out of the kindergarten series and into this caliber racing and last, but really didn't pop. Took a lot of money though.
Yeah, I think maybe her feelings just got a little bit hurt by going first over. I just don't think that's her trip. I think she needs to. We saw the one race she won. She kind of sat in the whole mile and then surged home. I think that's what you need to do with her. You need to, let her just sit there, be comfortable, and then she can fire home fresh.
How do we rate the class on She Stings number 6 from the Corey Stratton barn? This horse was racing in the Goldenrod at the Red Mile, and I went to Gabe Pruitt School, and I know that those are the lower echelon Kentucky Sire Stakes horses. Do those horses match up very well with these? Because it appears to me they do.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this level and that level is kind of even. I think there's probably some horses racing in the Goldenrod that are better than these. And if you look, you see Amalulu, that 2 lines down in the INSS, the International Stallion Stakes. So that's a pretty nice competition there.
Race 4, New Jersey Standardbred Development Fund for 2-year-old fillies on the pace. I'll take number 8, Whoa, Black Betty. Derek takes number 7, Imagine Heaven, as does John Rallis. And Ken Warkington, he's going to go price shopping for P.A. Perfect, NJSDF. Let's go to Ken with the call.
It's post time for race 4, and the field of 8 lined up here. 2-year-old filly pacers. New Jersey Standardbred Development Fund, leg 2 action. 9-5 on 7, Imagine Heaven. 2-1 on 8, Whoa, Black Betty looks to win again. 3-1 on 2, PA Perfect. 6-1, 4, Wave Dancer. As the rain starts to fall, here they come. They're off. Imagine Heaven on the outside. Whoa, Black Betty trying to leave out of there. Wave Dancer shoots out and goes for the lead. PA Perfect from the inside. Wave Dancer, PA Perfect. And Darn It on the rail is third as they swing around that first turn. Lady Assassin fourth on the outside. And then it's Perfect and Sweet who settles in fifth as they head to the quarter. Then comes Whoa, Black Betty off the speed. Lady Assassin is next to last, and She Stings is the trailer. P.A. Perfect lands up front, but darting up quickly. Imagine Heaven and Jason Bartlett in 27-2 across the backstretch into a driving rain. It is Imagine Heaven and Jason Bartlett now to carve it out and set the pace with P.A. Perfect in that perfect 2-hole spot. Wave Dancer tracks third, and Darn It fourth on the inside, and Perfect and Sweet is fifth, close to the half now. And off the speed, oh, Whoa, Black Betty edges to the outside. To follow her, Lady Assassin, and She Stings continues to trail. 57-1 into that driving rain and wind. It's Imagine Heaven in front by a length. Stalked here by P.A. Perfect, a gap of 2 lengths to Wave Dancer third. And to the outside, Darn It fourth. Whoa, Black Betty has a lot of work to do here. She is fifth on the outside and gaining, now fourth. And tracking her move is She Stings from the back of the pack. Then a shuffle for Perfect and Sweet on the inside. And they turn for home. Off 3/4, Imagine Heaven in front. PA Perfect stalks and full of pace. Wave Dancer third, 126-2 in the stretch drive. Imagine Heaven out of the pocket rips PA Perfect after a perfect trip, but Wave Dancer revs up late for Braxton Boyd on the outside, trying to reel in Imagine Heaven. It's Wave Dancer strikes the front, and here is Whoa, Black Betty. Whoa, what a rally! Whoa, Black Betty. Then Wave Dancer, and flying late was Lady Assassin in a photo. 150, 4-1 in a thriller. Photos sign up 154-1 on your Dr. J Stallion Management slow-mo replay. In the photo 8, Whoa, Black Betty first, 4, Wave Dancer second. The 2, PA Perfect was third, 5, Lady Assassin was fourth, 8, 4, 2, 5. Number 8, Whoa Black Betty, with a sterling rally tonight to go 2 for 2 in this series. A black filly by Lazarus out of Come Get the Cash by Western Terror, bred by Princeton Farms, Incorporated, Ontario. Glenn Bechtel of Prince Edward Island, Canada, and owned by Princeton Farms, Incorporated, Princeton, Ontario. Glenn Bechtel of Stanhope, Prince Edward Island. And it's back-to-back scores for the Hall of Fame combo of Yannick Gingras and trainer Ron Burke. 3 in a row and 2 for 2 in the Ron Burke stable in this New Jersey Standardbred Development Fund. 2 for 2 for Whoa Black Betty, 4th win in 6 starts, and equals her lifetime mark, 154-1. The final quarter on the board was 27 4/5. Awaiting the payoffs here for race 4. We've got a couple more birthday shout-outs to Sean Beer. Bill Still informs us they're watching and wagering and enjoying the action tonight and having a party for Sean Beer. So happy birthday, Sean Beer. And Donnie Hodge orders me to, wish a happy birthday to Kim Hanscom Hodge as well. Kim Hodge, happy birthday to Kim Hanscom Hodge. Enjoy your birthday weekend. Race 4 is official. 8, Whoa Black Betty, 680, 360, and 240. The 4, Wave Dancer, $5.40 and $3, and the 2, PA Perfect, $2.80. 8-4 Exacta, $30.60. 8-4-2 Trifecta, $92.40. The pick 3, 184.80. 10-4-8 Dime Super, 29.24. 8-4-2-5. Post time for race 5, 8:03. It's the FanDuel Championship Final Open Mares Pace, $175,000. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and pick 3. They're off. Imagine Heaven on the outside. Whoa Black Betty trying to leave out of there. Wave Dancer shoots out and goes for the lead. PA Perfect from the inside. Wave Dancer, PA Perfect. And Darn It on the rail is 3rd as they swing around that first turn. Lady Assassin 4th on the outside. And then it's Perfect and Sweet who settles in 5th as they head to the quarter. Then comes Whoa Black Betty off the speed. Lady Assassin is next to last, and She Stings as the trailer. PA Perfect lands up front, but darting up quickly. Imagine Heaven and Jason Bartlett in 27-2 across the backstretch into a driving rain. It is Imagine Heaven and Jason Bartlett now to carve it out and set the pace with PA Perfect in that perfect 2-hole spot. Wave Dancer tracks 3rd, and Darn It 4th on the inside, and Perfect and Sweet is 5th, close to the half now. And off the speed, Whoa Black Betty edges to the outside. To follow her, Lady Assassin, and She Stings continues to trail. 57-1 into that driving rain and wind. It's Imagine Heaven in front by a length. Stalked here by PA Perfect, a gap of 2 lengths to Wave Dancer 3rd. And to the outside, Darn It 4th. Whoa, Black Betty has a lot of work to do here. She is 5th on the outside and gaining, now 4th. And tracking her move is She Stings from the back of the pack. Then a shuffle for Perfect and Sweet on the inside. And they turn for home. Off 3/4, Imagine Heaven in front. PA Perfect stalks and full of pace. Wave Dancer 3rd, 126-2 in the stretch drive. Imagine Heaven out of the pocket rips PA Perfect after a perfect trip, but Wave Dancer revs up late for Braxton Boyd on the outside, trying to reel in Imagine Heaven. It's Wave Dancer strikes the front, and here is Whoa Black Betty. Whoa, what a rally! Whoa Black Betty. Then Wave Dancer, and flying late was Lady Assassin in a photo. 154-1 in a thriller. Darn It was 6th, PA Perfect 3rd, Perfect and Sweet 8th, Wave Dancer 2nd. Lady Assassin 4th, She Stings was 5th, Imagine Heaven 7th, and Whoa Black Betty was the winner. 6-3-8, 2-4-5, 7-1, 154-1.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Don't miss the North American Standardbred Mixed Sale, Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th. Specializing in high-quality racehorses and broodmare prospects with industry-leading pedigrees. A live auction with online bidding and payouts in 7 days. Our first sale, we sold a Legion for $925,000. Buyers from all over North America and other countries can visit our website, NorthAmericanStandardbredMixedSale.com. Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th.
Welcome to FreeRacehorse.com, a place where every horse has a story and every story is meant to be shared. Here, we bridge the gap between these incredible athletes and the people who love them. Every great story begins with a bond. Our stable is more than just a home for these magnificent animals. It's a place of trust, care, and understanding. Here on the training track, dreams take shape. This is where perseverance meets passion. At FreeRacehorse.com, we don't just train horses, we tell their stories. Our film studio allows us to capture the emotion, the drama, and the beauty of their journey. And beyond the races and the cameras, there's a place for peace. The paddock is where our horses find solace, where friendships are formed, and where their spirits remain free. At FreeRacehorse.com, we do more than train racehorses. We share their stories, because when you truly know a horse, you don't just watch them run, you run with them.
The farm that has bred, raised, or sold more than 40 millionaires. Where each athlete is individually developed to reach their full potential. Where time-honored traditions and excellence in horsemanship cultivate enduring legacy. Kentuckiana Farms, where excellence comes standard.
Pacing mares are coming on the track for race 5. Race 5, the FanDuel Championship Open Mares Pace. Number 1 is Stone Cold Treachery. Lauren Tritton drives for Juan Cano and Hot Lead Farm. Mickey and Minnie, number 2, Dexter Dunn for Chris Ryder, Craig Henderson, Robert Mondillo, and Lawrence Minowitz, the 2-time Breeders' Crown champion. Taking on the older mares tonight, 3, Kobe's Gigi, Yannick Gingras, Ron Burke, Leander Schwartz, and Black and White Stable. Talk Curdy to Me is number 4 with Louis Waugh driving for David Maneri and Pollock Racing. Breeders' Crown champion Always Be Naughty, number 5, Austin Hanners drives for Todd Luther, Greg Luther Racing. The 6, A Sweet Beach Here with Todd McCarthy, trained by Andrew Harris, a co-owner with William Pollock and Bruce Harriman. Artie B. Mickey, number 7, Jason Bartlett for Per Engblom, MT Stables Ontario Incorporated. And the 8, Turn the Page with Scott Ciron for Heidi Cushing, Ron Cushing, and Kevin Sywick. $175,000 FanDuel Championship Open Mares Pace Exacta Trifecta Superfecta Pick 3. Mickey and Minnie at 3 to 5. The 3-year-old division standout, fresh off her second straight Breeders' Crown. Wrapping up another Dan Patch Award. Draws inside to tackle older foes here. Dexter Dunn and Chris Ryder won this last year with Horse of the Year, Twin B, Joe Fresh. She tackles the Breeders' Crown champion Always Be Naughty and the 3, Kobe's Gigi. Track condition now rated good. Once again, the track condition downgraded to good.
Race 5 is up next. It is the Open Mares Pace, and we have Mickey and Minnie installed as the 4 to 5 current favorite by the bettors. And, you know, Derek, I hate anybody who red boards, but I told you earlier tonight, I like Mickey and Minnie to win, but like you, I really thought there was a chance she would be overbetting this spot.
I think she is overbet at 4 to 5. Not saying that she can't win this race. Obviously, she's a really dynamic filly, you know, but she is taking on older horses. She doesn't have that tactical speed. You know, she's not going to fly off the wings of the gate here. She's proven time and again that she doesn't really like to leave the gate. So she's going to have to do it from off the pace. Does that mean, you know, a brush to the lead? Does that mean a first over move? I'm not quite sure, and that's why I'm kind of off of her as a favorite.
You know, I know that I have the 2 and you have the 5, and it's not really a debate per se, but let's just say we were debating. What if I said to you, well, Derek, Always Be Naughty beat Overnight Stock at Woodbine before the win in the Breeders' Crown, and in the Breeders' Crown, there was no Twin B Joe Fresh, and Sylvia Hanover, I think, was on her kind of on a downward spiral, if you will, and Always Be Naughty was just very opportunistic.
Listen, the competition obviously was less, you know, than you would normally see in that particular race, but she still went out and won a 48 and 1 mile. That was a pretty nice performance. You know, she has the advantage of, you know, a horse that you know is going to go to the lead, which I expect Kobe's Gigi to do as well. You know, and I think she has a tactical edge on Mickey and Minnie. You know, it's not no slight against Mickey and Minnie. It's a slight against the potential trip she'll have and the, you know, the way the race is going to shape out as far as pace.
You're trying to give out a nice price exacta. Well, you certainly have done that. Louis-Philippe Waugh drives number 4. Talk Curdy to Me for Dave Menery.
Yeah, this horse has been, you know, pretty consistent all year long. I mean, if you look at the past performance record, I like the fact that she's adding Lasix here off an effort that maybe doesn't look quite as good as the races before that. I thought she can race from somewhat off the pace, and if Mickey and Minnie ends up first over, follow Mickey and Minnie's cover.
Kobe's Gigi, I think this horse has some game. Second at Hoosier in a 50 and 2 mile, came up second, beaten rather soundly, but still second best in the Breeders' Crown final.
Yeah, she's a classy mare, you know, 7-year-old that's made $1 million. And in this particular spot, you know, a big advantage is it looks like she's going to be sitting in the pocket behind Always Be Naughty, which is probably a pretty good place to sit.
A horse who I think can get a scream in here is number 7, Artie B. Mickey. What about this Yonker shipper coming here to the Meadowlands and facing considerably better?
Yeah, I think she has the potential to step up, but we just don't know yet. At least you're getting a reasonable price at 11-1. You're from the Per England barn, who, obviously that barn, hits at a pretty high rate. Jason Bartlett seems to win every stakes race nowadays.
True.
So, there are lots of things to like at a decent price.
Race 5, it's the Open Mares Pace. Mickey and Minnie is up there at 4-5. Always Be Naughty. That's Derek Gibner's top selection. It's up on the big board at odds of 3-2. Just about 20 seconds to go until they go to the gate for the Open Mares Pace. And in the aftermath, Derek Gibner will be in the winner's circle with winner's reaction.
They are near the gate. It's post time for race 5. Fillies and mares lining up a field of 8. Preferred equine starting gate is moving. For $175,000, a FanDuel Championship Final Open Mares. And the one filly here too, Mickey and Minnie. Dexter Dunn, Chris Ryder looking for 3 in a row in this event. Winning it the last 2 years with Twinbee Joe Fresh. 4-5 right now on Mickey and Minnie. The 2-time Breeders' Crown champion, 6-5 on this year's Breeders' Crown champion as well. Always Be Naughty and Austin Hanners. They're on gate for race 5. Here they come. And they're off. Always Be Naughty's out fast on the outside with a Sweet Beach here. And Kobe's GG, Mickey and Minnie, and Stone Cold Treachery on the rail. Darts out for Lauren Trenton, takes the lead. Stone Cold Treachery with early speed. Darts clear by 2. So Kobe's GG and Yannick Gingras going to grab the pocket spot for now. Mickey and Minnie is third. And it's a headstrong Kobe's GG going for the lead here. Past the opening quarter. Always Be Naughty is fourth. And then it's Talk Curdy to Me on the inside, fifth with a Sweet Beach here. And then we have Artie, B, Mickey, and Turn the Page. Torrid Fraction 26-3 on a track rated good. Across the backstretch, Kobe's GG still trying to clear and just does. But going after her now, Mickey and Minnie, the filly. Takes aim for Dexter Dunn and brushes up to the top, and Always Be Naughty's on the move up in hot pursuit of her. Third on the outside, Stone Cold Treachery already shoveled back to fourth on the inside, past the half. Then it's Talk Curdy to Me, fifth. On the outside of Sweet Beach here, stride for stride with Artie B. Mickey and Turn the Page. The half was 55 seconds. So Mickey and Minnie squaring off with Always Be Naughty on the outside. These two stride for stride with Kobe's GG in the pocket spot. And Talk Curdy to Me is lurking second over on the outside. Stone Cold Treachery is pinned in fifth. A Sweet Beach here, third over, and fans to the outside. Mickey and Minnie at 3-5. Always Be Naughty pours it on. 123-1 into the stretch. And Mickey and Minnie, wow, she just took off. Mickey and Minnie gave them the cold shoulder here. A distant second, Talk Curdy to Me is going to rally. Then Kobe's GG, Mickey and Minnie. Wow, what a performance in the FanDuel final. She crushes the older mares over Talk Curdy to Me. Artie B. Mickey and Kobe's GG in 1:49-2.
Ken Warkenden, right you are. Wow, Mickey and Minnie, the 3-year-old filly by Always Be Mickey from the Chris Ryder barn. Down the backstretch, had a little bit of trouble clearing the lead. Derek was whispering in my ear at that while that Mickey and Minnie usually has a little bit of trouble clearing horses. But once Mickey and Minnie made the lead, then here comes a challenge from the second choice. Always Be Naughty, the Breeders' Crown champion, came right alongside, was right at her throat at 3/4 and at the top of the stretch. And as they made their way through the lane, Mickey and Minnie simply accelerated away from the field. Always Be Naughty was left in that one's dust. Talk Curdy to Me rallies up on the outside to get second best, but Mickey and Minnie 1:49-2 over a track rated good at the Meadowlands. She is the champion of the Open Mares Pace.
Judges posting 2, Mickey and Minnie first, 4. Talk Curdy to Me second, 7. Artie B. Mickey was third, and 3. Kobe's GG fourth, 2-4-7-3. Yet another powerhouse performance from the daughter of Always Be Mickey, Mickey and Minnie, by Always Be Mickey, a 3-year-old out of That's the Ticket by Roll with Joe, bred by the ownership Craig Henderson, Chicago, Illinois, Robert Mondello, Delaware, Ohio, and Lawrence Minowitz of Connecticut, Hall of Fame trainer Chris Ryder, and Dexter Dunn, as per usual, in the sulky. It's her 13th win in 15 starts this season. Another stellar season for Mickey and Minnie, wrapping up back-to-back Dan Patch Awards. She's a 2-time Breeders' Crown winner, fresh off the Breeders' Crown victory in 149 and 2/5 at Mohawk. She dazzled us here on Hambletonian Day in the Shady Daisy in 148 and 3/5. She scores her 19th win in 26 starts. And she's closing in on $2 million in career earnings. Ashley Mayu, FanDuel TV on-air talent, once again making that trophy presentation with Jason Settlemore, our Chief Operating Officer and General Manager. On a track rated good, a final quarter sprint of 26 and 1. 149 and 2. Mickey and Minnie in the FanDuel Championships. And it's 3 in a row in the FanDuel for Dexter Dunn and trainer Chris Ryder. They won it the last 2 years with the Horse of the Year, Twin B Joe Fresh. And Dexter Dunn also won it and set the stakes mark of 148 with Kissin' in the Sand in 2020. Winner's Circle reaction coming up to Mickey and Minnie, 320, 220, and 210. The 4 Talk Curdy to Me, 1180, 660. And the 7 Artie B. Mickey, 640. A 2-4 exacta, $30.20. The 247 trifecta, $172.80. The pick 5 paid $281.56. Dime superfecta, $30.26. 2473. Post time set for race 6. The Goldsmith Made 831. Sponsored by Hunterton Farm and Sales Agency.
The open mare paces in. 175,000 was on the line, and Dexter Dunn pulled it off with Mickey and Minnie, 3-year-old taking on older. You had a little trouble clearing the lead there. She does that sometimes.
Yeah, that's just her. Once she gets there, she's good as gold. But just clearing with her sometimes, you have to tell her to do it. But once she got there, she really grabbed on the bit strong in the last turn. She was feeling super coming off it.
Were you a little surprised the way the race played out with Lauren Tritton firing out from the inside?
Big races, it's what you expect, and the first quarter was hot, but we had a good draw, so that helped us a lot, and we got away pretty handy, and once the pace backed off, we I knew there was going to be moves behind me, so we had to make her move herself, but she's just an amazing filly. She obviously had a great 2 years, but she really is incredible.
Yeah, she's really had a magical season, and then next year you got to think about you have her, and then you also might have Twin B Joe Fresh as well. That's a pretty nice problem to have.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to be racing against her, but next year. But just very lucky, and to be able to be associated with this filly. And Chris and the team have just done a great job. It doesn't have many easy miles, 3-year-old fillies. So to be here at the end of the year and beating the older mares is just true credit.
Congratulations, Dexter.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
And they're off. Always Be Naughty's out fast on the outside with a Sweet Peach here. And Kobe's GG, Mickey and Minnie, and Stone Cold Treachery on the rail. Darts out for Lauren Tritton, takes the lead. Stone Cold Treachery with early speed. Darts clear by 2. So Kobe's GG and Yannick Gingras going to grab the pocket spot for now. Mickey and Minnie is third. And it's a headstrong Kobe's GG going for the lead here. Past the opening quarter, Always Be Naughty is fourth. And then it's Talk Curdy to Me on the inside, fifth with a Sweet Beach here. And then we have Artie B. Mickey and Turn the Page. Torrid Fraction 26 and 3 on a track rated good. Across the backstretch, Kobe's GG still trying to clear and just does. But going after her now, Mickey and Minnie, the filly, takes aim for Dexter Dunn and brushes up to the top, and Always Be Naughty's on the move up in hot pursuit of her. Third on the outside, Stone Cold Treachery already shoveled back to fourth on the inside, past the half. Then it's Talk Curdy to Me, fifth. On the outside of Sweet Beach here, stride for stride with Artie B. Mickey and Turn the Page. The half was 55 seconds. So Mickey and Minnie squaring off with Always Be Naughty on the outside. These two stride for stride with Kobe's GG in the pocket spot. And Talk Curdy to Me is lurking second over on the outside. Stone Cold Treachery is pinned in fifth. A Sweet Beach here, third over, and fans to the outside. Mickey and Minnie at 3 to 5. Always Be Naughty pours it on. 1:23-1 into the stretch. And Mickey and Minnie, wow, she just took off. Mickey and Minnie gave them the cold shoulder here. A distant second, Talk Curdy to Me is going to rally. Then Kobe's Gigi, Mickey and Minnie. Wow, what a performance in the FanDuel final. She crushes the older mares over Talk Curdy to Me. Artie B. Mickey and Kobe's Gigi in 1:49-2. Stone Cold Treachery seventh, Mickey and Minnie the race winner, Kobe's Gigi fourth, Talk Curdy to Me second, Always Be Naughty fifth. A Sweet Beach here sixth, Artie B. Mickey third, Turn the Page eighth. Rechecking 714-256-38-149-2. We have some more winners in our wager winner contest tonight. You can make a wager and hopefully you're a winner. Ray Madden of Carteret, Christina Fleckenstein, and Greg Norton of West Milford. That's Ray Madden of Carteret, Christina Fleckenstein of Scotch Plains, and Greg Norton of West Milford. Please report to the Players Club desk. Good luck.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Sam McKee Memorial Broadcast Set alongside DRF Harness editor Derek Givner. Dave Little with you with a look at the early pick four, which has a guaranteed pool of $50,000. But I think it's safe to say we'll have a couple of more shekels than that.
Yeah, I would say we're gonna. It's you know what? Even though it's raining outside, the track's in really good shape. It looks really nice out there. And, no reason not to wager.
Yeah, I mean the water tends to just run down the inside, doesn't it? Here,
when they know it's going to rain, they set the track up, so it really doesn't play a factor at all. If anything, sometimes it gets faster.
All right, let's talk about the pick four. Derek is going to play a $32 ticket to start, and it's going to start in the sixth race here. The Goldsmith Made for 2-year-old filly trotters. He's got two numbers on his ticket. What are they?
I'm going with All Time Trot and Nizuto Kamado. That's the 3 and the 9. All Time Trot, I think, is just in a good position, to leave position and sit, first or second, sit a good trip. Nizuko Kamado, I think, is probably the best horse in the field, and I'm actually surprised right now 3-1. I think is a great price. Finished third in the Breeders' Crown. Clearly a big player in here.
Yeah, I think it's kind of amazing that the 3 is the favorite over the 9 at this point, but I think is a lot of money yet to be counted. 3 and 9 to start Derek's sequence, and the 7th race a single, and we agree on this single, so he must be pretty good.
Oh, I think everyone's going to have this horse singled. Irvin Hanover has just been absolutely spectacular. A monster performance in the Breeders' Crown, 46-2. I mean, can horses in this race beat him? Yeah, I mean, listen, the track is a little off tonight, so maybe it's possible that they're with the right trip, but someone's going to have to really step up, and Irvin Hanover's going to have to step backwards, and that's really the key. Can that happen? Absolutely. I think Maximus Mickey, Ken Hanover, Captain Albano, these are all horses that are capable of stepping up.
Right, but the fact of the matter is that since they all really have a chance, if Irvin doesn't bring his best, that's why I think it's tough to spread that ticket.
Yeah, well, you know what? You could take the scenario of, hey, Irvin's not going to win the race. Right. I'm going to use the other 3 or other 4. You could do that way.
Let's go to race 8. 2-year-old fillies on the pace, and I think this one's a single, too.
Yeah, Lua Deepa, she just keeps winning week after week after week. She's proven time and again that she's lengths better than the rest of the field, so I don't see any way you can look past her.
All right, Lua Deepa is a single, and in the ninth, it's going to be your only spread of the sequence.
Yeah, well, this is the only race where I thought a spread was necessary. I think Fragment, the 4, is the horse to beat.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's unbeatable. Gentleman's Club is interesting because Andrew McCarthy was listed on Signal Caller, drives it all the time, a 48 and change horse, and he went to Gentleman's Club. So I thought that was interesting. I wasn't going to get burned if that Signal Caller won with Dexter Dunn picking up the drive.
Right.
And Ubert's actually my top pick in here. I think this horse has a lot of talent, just been unlucky. Unlucky again from post 10, but I'm pretty sure Yannick's going to be flying off the gate.
Didn't make it to my ticket, but Gentleman's Club was pretty good in that last start.
Yeah, it was just super. And the fact that McCarthy chose off kind of made me think, gave me a little bit more confidence to use him on my ticket because he was my 4th pick in here.
All right, Derek's going to go 2 by 1 by 1 by 4, spend $4. It's a $32 ticket. It's definitely a sequence where you're going to have to play aggressively unless you think all 4 chalks are going to go down. Then it's going to pay $10,000.
Well, listen, if you decide to beat one of them, either one, if you decide to beat Irvin Hanover or Lua Deepa and you're successful in doing that, it's going to pay a lot. So then if that's the case, you could spread in the other legs.
All right, I'm going to go in the 6th race. I'm going to start with single. Nezuko Kamado S, I thought, was a very, very much hard luck loser in the Breeders' Crown because of how difficult that trip was. Scott Zeron was really after this one to make the lead, just couldn't sustain.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was a strong performance, facing, I would say, an overall better field than she's facing here today. And we didn't even mention Busy Miss Lissy. Neither one of us used that on our tickets. She's capable, too.
Yeah, she is. And I remember Johnny Ali measuring out that win in the kindergarten final. So this one definitely has some bona fides, as it were. Nezuko Kamado, a single for me. I'm not going to waste your time. Irvin Hanover's a single there. Then we have Lua Deepa. So let's go right to the 9th race where I used the 2, Toast of the Town. You did not include this one. Toast of the Town's been doing good work lately against Bookie J, who's a pretty nice horse.
Toast of the Town's been super.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
you look at those efforts, they've been really good. The fact of the matter is that it hasn't won the last couple of starts, which I would have liked to have seen a win in one of those kindergarten races. The horse fits. The horse is going to be a price. So I don't have a problem using him.
Show Me Your Ace, I thought was a good second-place finisher to Bojangles in a 149 and 1 mile in a Breeders' Crown elimination. I also used number 2, number 9. Number 9, Malillo. That's the horse I actually like on top, Derek. I was talking to John Rallis about this the other day. Not that I don't think Fragment can win. Obviously he can. But I felt out of the 4 races in this sequence, this was the most vulnerable of the 4 favorites.
What I think
Agree or disagree?
Do you think I don't know. I'm having problems there.
I guess it comes down to that one versus Nezuko Kamado.
Fragment was so good in that last start, and he's made over 500,000. What I find most interesting in this sequence is that you're using 2, 6, 9. Those I use 4 horses. I don't have any of those.
Right. so somehow we'll miss it being alive in the last leg.
Yeah, listen, anything's possible. I think Show Me Your Ace is the one that of the group that I have the least confidence in that you picked up there. But if race is anything like Mickey and Minnie just did for Chris Ryder, then that horse will win too.
Yeah, so going into that last leg, looks wide open. If you ask Givner and Little, I'm going to play a $10 ticket with the 3 singles at the top, and I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that the 9 horse can come through here right now. That 9 horse, Nezuko Kamado, is down to 2-1. Good luck, everybody, in the early pick 4. The pool should be nice.
Trotting fillies coming on the track for the 6th race. This starts the early pick 4. Race 6 is the $462,000 Goldsmith Made. Number 1, R. Row with Jody Jameson, driving for John Boutenshane, the lessee's M&L of Delaware Armitage Farm. 2 is Berry Good News with Tyler Buter. Nifty Norman trains for Melvin Hartman and David McDuffie. All-time trot, number 3, Yannick Gingras for Oka Svanstedt, Midnight Sun Partners Incorporated. Amidala Hanover, number 4, with Andrew McCarthy. Christopher Freck trains for Dirk Simpson Stable Incorporated. Atlantic Summer is the 5 with Ronnie Wren Jr. Ron Burke trains, Burke Racing Stable, James Simpson, Larry Carr, Weaver Buscemi. Isabella B, number 6, Oka Svanstedt, trains, drives, co-owns with Joe Sobraco, Jaff Racing, and Little E. Madame Cheval, number 7, with Tim Tetrick, Nancy Tactor trains for M. Biasuzi Stable Incorporated. Busy Miss Lissy, number 8, with Jonathan Ali, trained by Oka Svanstedt for Pan America Racing. Nezuko Kamado, number 9, with Scott Ciron, Marcus Melander for Corinth Incorporated. 10 is Respect and Honor with Dave Miller, Nifty Norman trains for David McDuffie, Melvin Hartman, and Paul Bordogna. Heart for 2, number 11 with Todd McCarthy, Andrew Harris trains and co-owns with William Pollock and Bruce Araman. $462,000 Goldsmith Made, sponsored by Hunterton Farm and Sales Agency. Exacta, Trifecta, 50-cent early pick 4, $50,000 guarantee, and the low 15% takeout. And here we go with the 9, Nezuko Kamado at 2-1. A brush to the top and settled for 3rd as the Breeders' Crown favorite. Tough draw here, but she's got the speed and talent to overcome for Team Melander. She's on a late season roll. 3 all-time trot at 2-1 as well. Fresh off a narrow loss in the kindergarten final, she draws inside as a major threat here and sparks a fierce Team Svanstedt trio. That includes the 8, Busy Miss Lissy at 3-1, 6 for 8. This Team Svanstedt filly caught fire on a late season roll and off a well-earned kindergarten final. She draws outside her stablemate, but certainly she is pointing skyward. 9, 3, 8 as we start the 50-cent early pick 4. Go for Glory Stable. Warm-up is complete. Trotting filly is lining up for the 6th race. Preferred equine starting gate rolling for the field of 11. 11 hard for 2 in the second tier. For $462,000, the Goldsmith Maid, sponsored by Hunterton Farm and Sales Agency. Your final call to wager on the early pick 4 as the fillies line up. A 3 all-time trot at 2-1. So is the 9, Nezuko Kamado. At 4-1, the 8, Busy Miss Lissy. 6-1 on the 6, Isabella B. Trotting fillies lined up for the 6, the Goldsmith Maid. Here they come. Fillies are off and trotting. Isabella B's out fast on the outside with Madame Cheval. And there goes All Time Trot into the first turn. And cutting the corner, Very Good News. Very Good News. And sweeping up on the outside comes Madame Cheval. And she goes off stride. So our row 4th on the inside. Busy Miss Lizzie goes up on the outside from 5th. She is tracked by Nezuko Kamado. Early shuffle for Heart for 2 on the inside. Next comes Amidala Hanover near the rear of the field with Atlantic Summer, and then Respect and Honor. And way back that early breaker was Madame Cheval, 11th and last, 27-4. 2 out across the backstretch, All-Time Trot and Jingra taking over. All-Time Trot, here comes Busy Miss Lissy and Jonathan Ali. So Isabella B already back to 3rd on the inside. Very Good News tracking 4th. R Row to the outside, 5th. She's tracked by Nezuko Kamado. Shooting through on the inside, Amidala Hanover at the rear of the field with Heart for 2, stride for stride there with Respect and Honor. And then it's Atlantic Summer. And the trot past the half at 57-1. Busy Miss Lissy now has the tactical advantage over All Time Trot, who stalks from 2nd with 3/8 to go. Shooting up there is R Row. R Row now 3rd and threatening. So locked in is Isabella B, 4th on the inside. And Nezuko Kamado is 2nd over, 4.5-5 from the lead. But Busy Miss Lissy is getting busy at 3/4 in 126-1 into the stretch drive. Busy Miss Lissy by 2 lengths. And angling out All Time Trot and Jingra on the outside. And Isabella B on the inside, 3rd to the wire. Busy Miss Lissy, All Time Trot getting to her. And late trot from on the outside, Nezuko Kamado. All Time Trot and Jingra. All Time Trot then close. Nezuko Kamado. Then Busy Miss Lissy and Isabella B, 154.
What a big performance there by All Time Trot and the $462,000 Goldsmith Maid, as she really made 3 moves during this mile. Went to the front, yielded to the pocket, brushed, ended up in the pocket again, and then had enough in the stretch. You know, what was a fabulous stretch battle down to the wire with All Time Trot getting there. And it looked like Nezuko Kamado, who was following cover, absolutely charged home as fast as she could. It was just too much ground to make up. And it looked like it came in 3.98 there, and what was a really nice race with the top 3 horses in the race all turning in really strong performances.
Judges have posted the unofficial winner of race 6, number 3, All Time Trot, 154 in your Dr. J Stallion Management Slow-Mo replay. Photo for the balance. In the photo 9, Nezuko Kamado was 2nd. Number 8, Busy Miss Lissy was 3rd, and 6, Isabella B, 4th. 3986. Number 3 all-time trot, 2-year-old brown filly by Goo Goo Gaga out of Gorgeous M by Muscle Hill, was bred by Ova Karlsson and Robert Lindstrom in Sweden, owned by the Midnight Sun Partners Incorporated, Delray Beach, Florida, trained by Åke Svanstedt, Hall of Famer Yannick Gingras with his 3rd win on the card. For all-time trot, that's her 3rd win in 7 starts and a new lifetime mark tonight. 154 flat. Final quarter on the board was 27-4 for all-time trot. And Yannick Gingras in the Goldsmith Maid. Back-to-back for Team Svanstedt. Last year, What a Bid Hanover. And in 2022 with Bond. Yannick Gingras' 2nd Goldsmith Maid. He won it in 2018 with Sonnet Grace. All-time trot in the Goldsmith Maid right here, 154. And we welcome Steve and Cindy Stewart. The Goldsmith Maid, sponsored by Hunterton Farm and Sales Agency. Once again, welcome Steve and Cindy Stewart, Hunterton Farm and Sales Agency. And Jason Settlemore, our Chief Operating Officer and General Manager. All-time trot, just missed a close second by a neck in the kindergarten final. Takes a new mark here, 154. It's official. Looks like John Rallis standing by. It's official. 3 all-time trot, 840, 420, and 260. 9 Nezuko Kamado, 340, 240, and 8 Busy Miss Lissy, 260. 39 Exacta, 3580. 398 Trifecta, 8720. And the pick 3, 2340, 8, 2, and 3. The upcoming 7th race, FanDuel Championship Final, open pace. Post time 8:57. No changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and pick 3.
Yannick Gingras gets it done here in the Goldsmith Maid with all-time trot. Congratulations, Yannick, on this victory here. And Yannick, you got a chance to sit behind this filly for the first time last week. What was your first impressions of this filly?
I really liked her last week. I thought she raced tremendous. You know, I had to pull the 2-hole a little bit too early, and I think it cost her maybe a closer finish. But I thought she really belonged in this group.
You know, you went to you got out of there pretty quickly there off the gate with an inside draw. Were you just expecting or hoping that somebody would cover you up and take you to the head of the lane?
Yeah, no, I honestly I wasn't quite sure if it was Jonathan or Scotty come in, but I heard one come in, and no, I figured it was one of the two, so I wanted to follow either one of them would have been fine. So that's why I do spot on Aki there in the first turn, then try to get a 2-hole trip, and either one of them I thought they'd get me to the top of the stretch.
You know, the filly on top obviously is a very talented filly, and she went by you last week pretty measured. This time out when you angled, how did you feel angling out of that 2-hole? And you know, were you any concerns there given how good Busy Miss Lizzie was last week?
Yeah, well, of course, yeah, you got to respect the others. But I thought I had him beat before I pulled. You know, he was calling on his. I had a handful of trot, but I could tell maybe Aki had a little trot behind me too, and so I was waiting, bidding my time, and not to try to pull too early. But and I figured Scotty would be coming at some point too. No, but no, she deserves it. I think she's a top filly, and she gets one of the big one.
Congratulations, Yannick.
Thank you very much.
All right, there's all-time trot. Yannick Gingras, Åke Svanstedt getting it done here in the Goldsmith Maid.
Fillies are off and trotting. Isabella B's out fast on the outside with Madame Cheval. And there goes all-time trot into the first turn. And cutting the corner, Very Good News. Very Good News, and sweeping up on the outside comes Madame Chevelle, and she goes off stride. So our row fourth on the inside. Busy Miss Lizzie goes up on the outside from fifth. She is tracked by Nezuko Kamado. Early shuffle for Heart for two on the inside. Next comes Amidala Hanover near the rear of the field with Atlantic Summer, and then Respect and Honor. And way back, that early breaker was Madame Chevelle, 11th and last, 27-4. 2 wide across the backstretch, All-Time Trot and Jingra taking over. All-Time Trot, here comes Busy Miss Lizzie and Jonathan Ali. So Isabella B already back to third on the inside. Very Good News tracking fourth. Our row to the outside, fifth. She's tracked by Nezuko Kamado. Shooting through on the inside, Amidala Hanover at the rear of the field with Heart for two, stride for stride there with Respect and Honor. And then it's Atlantic Summer. And the trot past the half at 57-1. Busy Miss Lizzie now has the tactical advantage over All-Time Trot, who stalks from second with 3/8 to go. Shooting up there is Our Row. Our Row now third and threatening. So locked in is Isabella B, fourth on the inside. And Nezuko Kamado is second over, 4.5, 5 from the lead. But Busy Miss Lizzie is getting busy at 3/4 in 1:26-1 into the stretch drive. Busy Miss Lizzie by 2 lengths. And angling out All-Time Trot and Jingra on the outside. And Isabella B on the inside, third to the wire. Busy Miss Lizzie, All-Time Trot getting to her. And late trot from on the outside, Nezuko Kamado. All-Time Trot and Jingra. All-Time Trot then close. Nezuko Kamado. Then Busy Miss Lizzie and Isabella B, 154. Our Row was 10th. Very Good News 7th. All-Time Trot the winner. Amidala Hanover 9th. Atlantic Summer 6th. Isabella B 4th. Madame Chevelle 11th. Busy Miss Lizzie 3rd. Nezuko Kamado 2nd. Respect and Honor 8th. Heart for 2 was 5th. It's 10-7-1, 9-6-4, 11-3, 285, 154.
Ever dream of owning your own racehorse? How would you like to get in the winner's circle with the #1 harness racing partnership in the U.S., VIP Stable? There's nothing like the thrill of your horse coming down the stretch. To find out more, call VIP Stable at 877-VIP-WIN1 or visit us on the web at www.vipstable.com. Turning horse racing fans into racehorse owners. Be a winner.
Green Manalishi, a Muscle Hill millionaire, the sire of multiple Ontario Sire Stakes gold winners from both his first and second crops. Led by the $500,000 performer, Monalishi, an O'Brien Award winner as Canada's 2-year-old trotting filly of the year in 2024. With major stakes victories in the $390,000 Peaceful Way Final. Monalishi with an 11 and $300,000 OSS Super Final. Green Manalishi was the #1 Ontario Sire Stakes sire of 2-year-old trotting fillies, ranked 2nd overall in the OSS program in 2024. And Green Manalishi is now dominating the OSS circuit in 2025. Team Svanstedt is a successful horse family from Sweden. Aka Svanstedt and his wife Sarah moved to the U.S. in the fall of 2013 and operate a world-class stable in New Jersey and Florida. With prestigious wins in the Hambletonian and International Trot, Team Svanstedt are a dominant presence during stake season. Team Svanstedt world records have been commonplace, with a fabulous team producing champions like Six Pack, Plunge Blue Chip, Resolve, and Sebastian K. For more, contact Svanstedt Stable or follow Team Svanstedt on Facebook and Twitter. Pacers coming on the track for the 7th race, the FanDuel Championship Final. Open Pacers for $350,000. Number 1 is Irvin Hanover, the Breeders' Crown champion, with Dexter Dunn for David Maneri and Pollock Racing. Alongside the 2, Oakwood Arden with James McDonald, the world driving champion, 2-time world driving champion. Robert Cleary, Royal Wire Products. Coach's Corner, number 3, Jason Bartlett, Per Engblom, Jeff Out Racing, and Brian Carsey. 4, Maximus Mickey with Scott Ciron, for Tom and John Cancelleri. The 5, Ken Hanover, Dave Miller drives for Roland Millard. He is a co-owner with Patrick Levitt, William Jordan, and Dennis Osterholt. A 2-time Dan Patch Award winner, the 6, Captain Albano with Todd McCarthy for Noel Daly, Patricia Stable, LA Express and Showblom Racing, and Michael Dolan. 7, Abucca Bet Hanover, the defending champion. Andrew McCarthy, Andrew Harris, a co-owner with William Pollock and Bruce Airman. 8, Ruthless Hanover, Tim Tetrick for Tom and John Cancelleri, the 2024 runner-up. 9, Huntin' the Last Dollar with Yannick Gingras, trained by Per Engblom for E5 Racing and John Fielding. And number 10, Captain Luke with Brett Beckwith for Andrew Harris, William Pollock, and Bruce Harriman. $350,000. The FanDuel Championship Final Open Pace, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Pick 3, Irvin, Hanover at 1-2, the odds-on choice. The fastest Breeders' Crown performer in history. An epic 146-2 at Mohawk. He tuned up on a 5-race winning streak. Division standout here lands the rail in a stellar field. And Dexter Dunn's won this 3 of the last 5 editions. 3 Coaches Corner. If you're looking for value, 14-1, a Relentless Millionaire draws inside on a form spree, a Breeders' Crown runner-up. He was right there in the Potomac and just missed on the engine in a 147-4 Sam McKee earlier this season. 5, Ken Hanover. Ken is 6-1. He grinded gamely for the show in the Breeders' Crown after winning his elimination in 147-3 with a 24-4. The Brower and McKee winner, a serious threat from mid-pack for the Buckeye. 1-3-5. Good luck.
Race 7 is up next. It's the Open Pace for $350,000, full field of 10. Derek, I love it when you say to me, hey, 3-5, this is a good price for this horse. Number 1, Irvin Hanover.
Yeah, it really isn't a bad price. I mean, I assumed it would be at least 2-5.
Yeah.
You know, that was like the baseline I looked at. So if you get anything better than 2-5, I'm not necessarily advising, hey, go to the window and make a win bet at 3-5, but it's not a bad price.
You know, I was talking to John Rallis about this race yesterday. The way it pans out, Dexter's in all likelihood going to retain rail position, rush to the lead down the backside, and then who's going to come first over against Irvin off of 46-2?
It's going to be tough for anyone to come first over into this horse. I mean, I got to assume Coach's Corner is going to leave and Captain Albano's going to leave, you know, and then Irvin makes his brush and then, I don't know, better luck to whoever's trying to brush into him, unless maybe he's having a bad day. Anything's possible.
Let's talk about a horse who was a divisional champion at 2, a divisional champion at 3. He's not going to win the division this year, but he's still having a pretty good year, Captain Albano.
Yeah, he's been really, great on the smaller tracks.
Right.
And just, on the bigger tracks this year. You know, he's still looking for that, that signature win on a big track this year. Is it possible he can get it in this spot? I think it's a long shot per se, but I think he's a really nice choice underneath in the exotics here. I was waiting for it to cycle around, to Irvin Hanover on top with him in the exotics, and I'm thinking maybe you can get like $18 or something like that. I think that would be a pretty nice payout.
Had this race been taking place in the springtime, I think Ken Hanover might have been 1-2, and Irvin Hanover would have been 6-1. However, to me, Ken Hanover is on kind of a comeback trail here. Is it enough to get past Irvin Hanover tonight?
In my opinion, is that Irvin Hanover has to regress for any of these other horses to win.
Right.
If he puts in the same performance he put in at Woodbine Mohawk Park, he's not losing this race. That's it. End of story. But if he does regress a little bit, Ken Hanover is certainly one of the horses that can win, but he needs the right trip. He's not going to come first over and blow by anyone, I don't think. I think he's going to have to be sitting on cover with the trip working out right.
Maximus Mickey pressured all the way around the far turn, held sway to the wire by half an inch with a 27 kicker, and the Potomac at Rosecroft Raceway. He's had a super season for Tommy Cancelleri.
Yeah, no doubt about it. What a gutsy horse this is.
Yeah,
He takes a licking and keeps on ticking, so to speak.
True that.
He can grind it out. He can race on the front end, as we've seen a couple of times, and he's just a really solid horse. The question remains, can he get to that 46 level? Because that's what it seems to be that you need to win. That being said, it's a little colder outside. The track's a little bit wet. Maybe a 47-3 mile wins this race, and does that even out everyone and make them all in the same boat?
Is there any effect on these races with the weather? People always come up to me and say, Dave, what about when it rains? What about when the track is wet? I tend to tell them I don't think it makes much of a difference. Where do you stand on that?
I don't think it makes any difference if they know it's going to rain. If they know it's going to rain, they set up the track properly so it can handle the rain. Typically, this track gets a little bit faster when it rains. So I could see this race, whereas, if it didn't rain, it would have went 148. And now because it did rain, it could go 147-3.
What about a horse who was a confirmed closer but doesn't have a lot of current form, number 2, Oakwood Arden?
I think this horse is a horse that needs to get the right trip, and it's going to be hard to get the right trip. If it happens as I envision, Coach's Corner and Captain Albano leave, even if Maximus Mickey decides to leave, where does that leave Oakwood Arden? Does that leave him first up? I mean, he's not winning this race first over. He needs, a hot pace and a clean trip.
I don't know if they have a real chance at winning the race, but number 8, Ruthless Hanover, and number 9, Hunting the Last Dollar. they have early speed, which could kind of change the complexion of the race a little, no?
I would think if one leaves, the other one won't, so to speak.
Right.
Like if Ruthless Hanover guns out, it's going to be hard for Hunton in the last hour to go with him. I think Ruthless Hanover has a chance to, let's say, hit the bottom of the trifecta, the superfecta, if he guns out and, you know, sits a good trip. But it's going to be hard to gun out if you have Coach's Corner and Captain Albano and, you know, perhaps another one going inside of you.
Irvin Hanover, consecutive wins in 147 and 2 going 3 turns, a 146 and 2 effort on 7/8. He looks like he's tough to beat, no question.
Yeah, I mean, he's won 5 races in a row. He's 10 for 16 this year. He's clearly the divisional leader right now. I think he's probably going to win the divisional award no matter what happens in this race. But that's why they race him. We'll see what happens.
Can Irvin Hanover finish the task and complete a year in which he will be elected the Open Older Male Pacer of the Year? We'll find out very shortly. They're coming to the gate for the Open Pace, $350,000. Irvin Hanover is the 2-5 favorite. Let's go to Ken Warkington for the call of the Open Pace.
It's post time. Open Pacers at the gate for the 7th race. Preferred equine starting gate picks up speed for the field of 10. For $350,000, the FanDuel Championship Finals, sponsored by FanDuel. And they're on gate, picking up speed, 2-5. Big favorite 1, Irvin Hanover, the division standout. At 6-1, the 4, Maximus Mickey. 7-1, 5, Ken Hanover. Now odds on 1-2 on 1, Irvin Hanover, shooting for 6 in a row. Here they come. They're off. Coach's Corner shoots out with Maximus Mickey and Ken Hanover leaving hard. Irvin Hanover from the inside with Oakwood Arden into the top 5 as they round the first turn. Captain Albano got away 6th on the inside. Then it's a buck up at Hanover. At the rear, Ruthless Hanover. And then we find Hunton, the last dollar, and Captain Luke at the back. Maximus Mickey, Scott Ziron in front. And here comes Ken Hanover and Dave Miller. Hot quarter here, 26 seconds. Opens it up so Ken Hanover brushes to the top. Maximus Mickey going to yield grudgingly here. Coach's Corner 3rd. Off the speed, the big favorite, Irvin Hanover, jammed up on the helmet 4th. It's Oakwood Arden 5th on the inside. Then Captain Albano 6th. To the outside goes Ruthless Hanover. And then comes Hunton, the last dollar, and Captain Luke at the half. It's Ken Hanover at 5-1 in 53-4, 27-4 second quarter. Ken Hanover at 5-1 fronts them onto the far turn they go. On the inside, second is Maximus Mickey. Irvin Hanover has to do it first over, and second over is Oakwood Arden. Pinned in, but still 4th is Coach's Corner. He'll need some racing room. Captain Albano's 3rd over, 6th on the outside with work to do. To his inside, a buck up at Hanover. Over by 3/4. It's Ken Hanover in 1:21 over the track, rated good. Ken Hanover by 2, trying to speed pop them tonight. Ken Hanover, Maximus Mickey on the outside, looking for the upset. Out of the pocket, here he comes. Maximus Mickey, and the money man gonna cash in here with a perfect trip. Maximus Mickey in the FanDuel final. Then Ken Hanover, then Coach's Corner, and close Captain Albano or a buck at Hanover. 1:47-3 equals the stakes record.
Yeah, Maximus Mickey left off the gate pretty hard there and ended up working out a perfect pocket trip and just, you know, blew by late, you know, to take the win over Ken Hanover, who put in a gutsy effort on the lead. Irvin Hanover, you know, the heavy favorite there, just didn't seem to have it tonight. And we mentioned earlier on in the pregame, you know, discussing it, that Irvin Hanover would have to regress for the others to have a chance. And Irvin Hanover did regress, and there we go. And Maximus Mickey goes and pulls off the victory. And what a nice win it is to bring this guy's bankroll up to almost $800,000 for the year for the connections of the Cancelleri brothers and Scott Ziron.
Yes, indeed. The judges posting for Maximus Mickey with the 5, Ken Hanover 2nd, 3, Coach's Corner 3rd, and a photo. 4-5-3, 147-3. Number 6, Captain Albano, 4th, 4-5-3-6. Capping off a career season and becoming harness racing's newest millionaire, Maximus Mickey, a winner of the Canadian Pacing Derby, the Hoosier Park Derby, and fresh off his win in the Potomac at Rosecroft, he equals the FanDuel Championship final stakes record that was set by the Great Bulldog Hanover in 2022, 147-3. Maximus Mickey, he is a 6-year-old bay-gelded son of Always Be Mickey out of Beach Gal by Some Beach Somewhere, bred in Pennsylvania by the Surgeon Stables. It's a brother combo, owner John Cancelleri, Clark, New Jersey, and trainer Tom Cancelleri. And the money man, Scott Ziron, with a perfect drive, Maximus Mickey notches his 7th win this season, career victory number 28. And it's the mile of his life. He's never been better, a new lifetime mark, by equaling the FanDuel Championship stakes record, 147-3. Maximus Mickey and the Money Man. And once again making our trophy presentation, Ashley Mayu, FanDuel television host and commentator, along with Jason Settlemore, our Chief Operating Officer and General Manager. To the winning connections, Tom and John Cancelleri, Scott Ziron. Maximus Mickey does it, 1240, 560, 560, it's official. Number 5, Ken Hanover second, $6.20, $6. And 3, Coach's Corner third, $8. 4-5 Exacta, $32.60. 4-5-3 Trifecta, $198.60. The Pick 3, $62.50. Dime Superfecta, $47.79 for 10 cents. 4-5-3-6. Winner's Circle reaction coming up. And also a retirement ceremony and video for the 7, a buck a bet Hanover, who raced well. Our last 3 winners tonight of our win bets is James both of Totowa, Vincent Vesey of Lodi, and Don Waltrab of Kissimmee, Florida. That's James Both, or both. James Both, Vincent Vesey, and Don Walrab. You'll have a win bet of $250. Please go to the Players Club desk to make that wager. John Rallis with the winning interviews, and Dave Little will have the retirement interview, and that will be followed by the video. Post time is set for Race 8 at 9:23. Race 8 is the 3 Diamonds, sponsored by South Mountain Stables, and it starts the Pick 6.
Maximus Mickey gets it done here in the open pace in the FanDuel Championship final. Here I'm here with winning owner John Cancelleri. First and foremost, John, congratulations, and another superb effort by your horse here. Just take us through what you've thought about him all season long, because he's taken quite the step this year.
It had nothing to do with me. It all had to do with Tommy, who should come over here Now, okay, it all had to do with Tommy, not with me. He said all along, he goes, "You're going to love this horse. You're going to love this horse." And now I actually love him.
You know, 2 starts back in the Breeders' Crown Final, he never really was able to get involved, but he raced super. After leaving out from the outside and working out a better draw, how confident were you that he was going to be able to put forth a big performance tonight?
I knew that Tommy and his crew down there would have him ready to go, and I knew that Scotty Z would be more than ready to go because I've been waiting for him to make the Z for me, and he finally did.
So, you know, obviously a horse who took a big leap here this year, again, proven that he's one of the top aged pacers in the division. You know, are you looking forward to end of year honors? I mean, where do you think your guy stacks up?
I don't know. That's up to other people. It's not up to me. In my book, he's top dog, and I had Better Sweet, and he was beautiful. This guy rates right up there with him and Ruthless and the rest of them. So we can only hope for the best, but thank you very much.
Congratulations, Sean. Enjoy this one. He's been super all season long.
I'm going to enjoy it all night. I'm going back to have another drink now.
Why not? All right, there's John Cancelleri who gets it done here. Maximus Mickey Scott Zeron in this FanDuel Open Pace Final.
A buck a bet Hanover retired in 2025 at age 7 as one of the most prominent open class pacers in the sport and a life-changing horse for trainer Andrew Harris. Purchased for more than $500,000 late in 2022 by Harris, Bill Pollock, and Bruce Harriman, the son of Betting Line blossomed into a 2024 Dan Patch Award winner and became the group's franchise horse. Going into his final career start, Bucky had 24 wins in 90 starts, took a mark of 147-2 in the 2023 Mohawk Gold Cup, banked well over $2 million, and now moves on to an exciting stallion career. With Dexter Dunn in the bike, a buck a bet Hanover kicked off his 2024 rampage with a 147-3 romp over a track-rated sloppy in the Dave Brower Memorial. Dexter Dunn said once you pull him off a helmet, he explodes, and a buck a bet Hanover wheeled right back to capture the William Houghton Memorial in 147-4 while flaunting his vicious late kick with a 25-2 final quarter. Following more major wins in the Dayton Derby in 149-3 and the Potomac Pace in 147-4, a buck a bet Hanover capped his Dan Patch Award-winning season with a decisive romp in the FanDuel Championship in 148-1. Andrew Harris said growing up he never thought he'd have a horse like a buck a bet Hanover, declaring him the coolest horse he's ever been around. Noted for his last quarter burst, Harris said it was his heart. He wanted it more than most horses. That's what made him pass horses so late all the time. On behalf of the Meadowlands and the sport of harness racing, we salute a true warrior and say bye-bye, Bucky.
We're back in the winner's circle, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a bittersweet moment for the man standing to my right, owner Bill Pollock, a Buckabat Hanover. He's going to hang it up after this race, so he's all done. And how you feeling about that?
It's a little tough. He's the first horse I ever owned anyway, with Andrew and Bruce, and he races his heart out for you, gives you everything he's got. He really was great last year. He'll have a tough year this year, but it's always sad when one of your first ones is gone and you're not going to really see him again. He's standing in Canada, so I'm not going to see him. And it's tough, but you know, he worked hard, gave us everything. What else are you going to do? He's, what is he, 7?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, how long are you going to keep pushing a horse? It's very tough. The new horses coming up are very fast, and it's a little out of his reach, I think.
Last year he won over 800,000, a litany of stakes, the FanDuel, the Potomac, the Dayton Derby, the Houghton, the Brower. I mean, he had a fantastic season. This year, obviously not the kind of year that you were expecting off that season, but you don't love this horse any less, do you?
No, of course not, because he tried just as hard as he did last year. I was watching the replays up on the race up there on the board that they put up there, and I almost was forgetting how great he was. Man, he's winning races 5 lengths, 6 lengths. He's just a real heart-filled horse race, harness horse that really gives you everything he's got. No matter how far back he was, he's determined to run them down, and that's always exciting.
Bill, you've had an amazingly quick ascension in the harness game in terms of visibility. You bought Bucky right before the 22 FanDuel, so you've only been in the game 3 years, and yet you're one of the most known owners in the game. That must be a lot of fun.
Well, yeah, Bruce was telling me that people know me. I didn't think they did. But when John Campbell comes up and says hi to you and knows your first name, you got to be doing pretty good. That was a thrill today when John said hi, Bill. But 3 years, hopefully 2 Dan Patch Awards, maybe a Trotter of the Year. That's pretty fast, isn't it?
It is pretty fast. Now you're going more for the 2-year-olds. Is that going to be your preference moving forward?
No, we always get some age pacers to fill in. We have gaps that we like to fill in. But 2-year-olds we like. We like them. You got to breed them up. I'm a little different than I was before. I'll cut some loose quicker than I ever would do before. I was so attached to them, so I wouldn't want to get rid of them, even if they'd lose money for you. But now I'm a little quicker to get rid of them. And we'll constantly, it's like baseball cards, you're constantly upgrading your set.
Are you like a mom? Will a Buckabat always be your favorite because Bucky was your first?
You know, this will shock you. Buckabat was our best horse, but he wasn't my favorite horse. He was Andrew's. My favorite horse wasn't as good as Bucky, but with 7 Colors was my favorite horse.
Well, he's going pretty good now too.
Yeah,
so
he's going pretty good, but he's not Bucky, but he was my favorite horse. You get attached to some of them, and you like who you like. There's no way about it.
Bill, congratulations on the great success of a Buckabat Hound and continued success to you, Bruce, and Andrew moving forward.
I really appreciate everything, the way they treat me here. Jason and everybody else treats me great. I love them, and I'm always going to do anything to help support the sport. I've been watching it since I was a kid in Freehold, and I really enjoy being part of it.
That's Bill Pollock, one of the great harness owners that we have in the game right now. Congratulations to a Buckabat Hanover on a great career.
Here's the rundown quickly for the 7th race. Top down 783 1245 9610. That is the 7th race rundown. Once again, 783 1245 9610 147 and 3. Race 8, the 3 Diamonds, starts the pick 6. Number 1 is Perfect Thought with Scott Suron, trained by Megan Scran for the stable Perfect Thought. 2 is Darlin's Angel with Lauren Tritton, trained by Juan Cano for Hot Lead Farm. Naughty Beauty, number 3, with Todd McCarthy for Andrew Harris, Bill Pollock, and Bruce Harriman. Seaside Shuffle, number 4, with Yannick Gingras for Ron Burke, Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Brashemi, Knox Services, and RAS Racing. Fabulous Hanover, number 5, Louis Waugh drives for Nancy Tactor, Marvin and Lynn Katz, and Daniel Plouffe. She's a Bulldog. Yes, she is. With Dexter Dunn in the bike, number 6, trained by Ron Burke for Brad Grant. Better Be a Star, number 7, Patrick Ryder. He drives for Chris Ryder in the Ryder stable. 8, I'm a Lulu with Tim Tetrick. Ron Burke trains, Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, Larry Carr and Phil Kalura. Number 9, On Air with Andrew McCarthy, trained by Noel Daly for Patricia Stable, Doug Sipple, Lenny Zellen, and Gandolfo Stables. And the world champion, Lua Deepa, number 10 with Ronnie Wren Jr., Ron Burke, Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Brashemi. That's the field for the 8th for $357,000. And this starts the pick 6 double carryover, 9,241.13. This race sponsored by South Mountain Stables. Lua Deepa, 148 world champion, fresh off a 149-1 track and stakes record in the Breeders' Crown at Mohawk, looking to cap an outstanding season here. 6, She's a Bulldog at 10-1. The Bulldog Hanover filly from a sister to millionaire Send Between Your Toes. And she quickly advanced to be a Breeders' Crown runner-up. And note the close second in 150-3. And we'll add the 4, Seaside Shuffle, another Burke trainee here, Ohio Sire Stakes champion, who stormed home from a tough spot to hit the ticket in the Breeders' Crown and draws well to be part of a fearsome Team Burke quartet. 10-6-4 here in the 3 Diamonds.
Indeed, Ken Warkenden, 2-year-old filly Pacers. It is time for the 3 Diamonds. Field of 10, and there's one horse with the target squarely on her back.
Yeah, obviously Lua Deepa's the one to beat here, and you're getting 3-5. Last time we were talking about Irvin Hanover, 3-5 being
exactly.
value.
Didn't work out.
You know, it didn't work out very well. You know, we talked. If he regressed, the other horses had a shot, and he clearly regressed. And you know, I'd be shocked if Lua Deepa regressed at all.
Yeah, I would be shocked as well. Lua Deepa seemingly can overcome just about any obstacle. Tonight, she'll have to overcome post 10 against the field that knows what her backside looks at throughout the course of the season. Let's talk about filling out the exacta ticket with number 2, Darlin's Angel. This is a horse who burst on the scene rather a short time ago. Got a late start for Juan Cano.
Yeah, I figured she'd be a good price underneath. Right now, she's paying like $43 underneath Lua Deepa, which is a nice one. You know, she's come on a little bit later. She's the co-lightest raced horse in the field. So I figured maybe she would be a little bit fresher. And I also thought there was an opportunity for her to be raced a little bit more conservatively this week. So maybe she'll have a little bit more in the end after being used hard, making 2 moves last time.
I'm a Lulu is a horse who I had interest in as well. You do. Ron Burke trains. Tim Tetrick will drive the daughter of Sweet Lou. There's that name again. I'm a Lulu. I highlighted a line from October the 17th in the Breeders' Crown. This horse from the 10 hole followed cover all the way around the track and got a really good second place finish to Lua Deepa.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she's a quality horse, and you're getting Lasix for the first time tonight, which could help. If you go back and watch that Matron Mile, oh my goodness, the trip she had in that Matron was just absolutely brutal, and she still almost won. She lost by a head in it was just a gigantic mile. You know, Naughty Beauty, who's the 3-horse here, is the horse that beat her. You know, who followed her around the track basically.
When you're adding Lasix, is the positive effect, I should say, felt right away, or does it take a start or two?
Every horse is a little bit different. Yeah. You know, some horses get it and then bang, that first start they'll be really good. Some horses need 2 starts on Lasix, 3 starts on Lasix. I think it's the kind of medication where the more starts you have with it, you know, the longer time it has to take effect and to help your system out. But some horses improve right away.
Seaside Shuffle went 3 wide at 3/4 to get a 3rd place check in the wake of Lua Deepa's 149-1 masterpiece in the Breeders' Crown. Assess that effort.
I thought it was okay. Like, I thought, you know, on paper it looks really good. You know, but when you go back and watch the replay, she was all out. You know, I just thought it could have been better. Granted, she lost to a horse on the inside, and she's a Bulldog who had like a perfect trip up the inside. But I don't know. I thought she could have been a little bit better.
Let's talk about She's a Bulldog, because that's the horse that I put in the 2nd spot. I'm getting 10-1 on She's a Bulldog to complete the exacta. You talk about getting a perfect trip. Should we penalize horses for that? Because sometimes I actually do.
I wouldn't say, I would penalize them to an extent. Like, a lot depends on what their odds are. Like, I don't want to take a horse that's going to be a short price who comes off a perfect trip. Because to me, everything worked out last time, and now you're paying the price for it this time. So if the odds are good, which they are at 10-1 right now, and I'm assuming the exact is going to be paying reasonably good under Luadipa, I don't have a problem with it. You know, it really comes down to, you know, you look at this horse. This horse was thought to be the best of Ron Burke's 2-year-olds at one point in time, and she's 0 for 8. So there's ability here. It's just a matter of whether she shows up.
Just we have 20 seconds. Talk a little bit about Ronnie Wren Jr. and the season that he's had driving horses like Blueprint and Luadipa.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, Ronnie Wren's been around a long time, and he's been a quality driver for a long time.
But he's been a Midwestern guy as far as we're concerned.
He just hasn't gotten the Grand Circuit opportunities, and you know, he's picked up a couple for Ron Burke, you know, because, you know, Ron has some horses out at the Meadows and some other places, and he's really taken it and run with the ball, so to speak.
Race 8, the 3 diamonds for 2-year-old filly pacers, the great, and I do mean great, Luadipa looks to notch another win on a resume that has her winning 9 times from just 12 starts this year. John Rallis will have post-race reaction in the winner's circle. Let's go to Ken Warkinen with the call of the 3 diamonds.
It's post time and final call to wager on the pick 6 with that double carryover over $9,200 for $357,000. It's the 3 diamonds for 2-year-old filly pacers, sponsored by South Mountain Stables, and 1 to 5 on 10 world champion and Breeders' Crown champion Luadipa. At 6 to 1, the 4 Seaside Shuffle. 6 She's a Bulldog at 8 to 1. On gate for the 8th. The 3 diamonds, here they come. They're off. Luadipa from the outside just floated away. There goes She's a Bulldog from the inside. Seaside Shuffle with Naughty Beauty and Darlin's Angel and Perfect Thought on the rail 4 wide into the first turn. Cutting the corner is Perfect Thought and Scott Ziron. And now Seaside Shuffle and Jengra up to challenge for the lead. Darlin's Angel gets away in 3rd. She's a Bulldog 4th to the outside. Luadipa gaining ground from 5th at the quarter. Then it's Naughty Beauty on the inside. Gapped early is Fabulous Hanover, followed by Better Be a Star at the rear of the field. I'm a Lulu and On Air. Taking over, Seaside Shuffle. 27-2 was that opening quarter. Seaside Shuffle. Now Luadipa and Ronnie Wren Jr. They brush to the top. Luadipa, the big standout filly, takes the lead now. Seaside Shuffle back in the 2nd spot. Perfect Thought on the inside 3rd. It's Darlin's Angel 4th, getting close to the half now. She's a Bulldog 5th on the inside and edging out now. She's Fed Racetrack, tracked by Naughty Beauty on the outside. And then it's a Better Be a Star. That one's stride for stride with Fabulous Hanover at the rear of the field with On Air and I'm a Lulu. That half was 55-4, 28-2 second quarter. The midway on the final turn, the target is Luadipa, and she's a Bulldog. Yes, she is, and she means business. She's coming up to say hello to Luadipa. She's a Bulldog on the outside, a fierce late bid. Seaside Shuffle right there in 3rd on the inside. Naughty Beauty is 4th. They're at 3/4 in 1:24. Into the stretch they hook up. Luadipa now. She's a Bulldog and Dexter Dunn. They grab the track. And She's a Bulldog with a powerhouse first over to the top and opens up by 2 under urging. Luadipa's trying to battle back. Then it's Seaside Shuffle and Perfect Thought. She's a Bulldog. Say hello to She's a Bulldog in the 3 diamonds. Then it was Luadipa, Perfect Thought, and the time 1:51-1.
Well, Derek, we had a shocker in the 7th race, and now an even bigger shocker in the 8th race as Luadipa gets ground down by She's a Bulldog.
And what a race to get your first lifetime win in, you know, and
nice?
357,000, you pick your first lifetime win. We were discussing in the, you know, just prior to this, how this was Ron Burke's best horse, you know, he said coming into it. And she just didn't pan out for whatever reasons, had some issues, but she was super tonight.
You know, I had talked to you about sometimes penalizing horses for getting a perfect trip. That's what She's a Bulldog went when she was second best to Luadipa in last in the Breeders' Crown. But maybe that saved a little in the tank for tonight?
Well, maybe it did. I mean, look how super she was.
Yeah.
I mean, to come first up like that into Lua Deepa. And one thing that's interesting is all of Lua Deepa's races, she would end up drifting out in the stretch.
Right.
Here, she wasn't allowed to do that because of the fact that she had a horse to her outside.
Is that the type of thing, Derek, where if she's not allowed to race her own race, that it kind of impedes her and makes her go slower?
I think it could hurt her to some extent. I mean, you see all the time in the stretch, drivers drift off the cones, off the pylons and let horses up the inside, and you say, why did they do that? Well, that's why she's more comfortable.
She's a Bulldog, a daughter of Bulldog Hanover, the fastest harness horse in history, 1:45.4. She's a Bulldog, pulls off the surprise for Ron Burke and Dexter Dunn in the 3 Diamonds for 2-year-old fillies on the pace.
The judges have posted 6 She's a Bulldog with the 10 Lua Deepa second, 1 Perfect Thought third, and the 2 Darlin's Angel fourth. 610, 1-2, 151, and 1. Number 6, She's a Bulldog. She is a brown filly from the first crop of the great Bulldog Hanover, the fastest in history. It was also driven by Dexter Dunn. And this filly is out of Bandstand by a Rock and Roll Dance and bred by the owner, Brad J. Grant of Milton, Ontario. That's 3 tonight for Hall of Fame trainer Ron Burke and a double for Dexter Dunn. And what a way to kick off her career with a first win in a major stake here, the 3 Diamonds. She's a Bulldog in 151 and 1, gunning down her stellar stablemate Lua Deepa, turning for home off that 3/4 in 124, 151 and 1, final quarter 27 and 1. She's a Bulldog in the 3 Diamonds. And for Dexter Dunn, a winner of this event last year with Mickey and Minnie, who equaled the stakes mark of 149 and 2. That was set by J.K. First Lady. Dexter Dunn also had a victory in 2021 with Nikki Hill in 150 and 4. So 3 in the 3 Diamonds for Dexter Dunn. She's a Bulldog tonight. It's official. Number 6, She's a Bulldog, to the winner's circle, making the trophy presentation, Daniel Bear. Daniel Bear, this race sponsored by South Mountain Stables. And once again, Jason Settlemore, our Chief Operating Officer and General Manager. And 6, She's a Bulldog, pays $17.80, $440, and $360. The 10, Lua Deepa, $210 and $210, and the 1, Perfect Thought, $5. 610 Exacta, $38.40. 610 1 Trifecta, $208.60. John Rella standing by for the Winner's Circle interview. Post time is set for race 9, 9:47. The Governor's Cup, sponsored by Purple Haze Standardbred Adoption Program. Race 9 offering Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Pick 3. The Superfecta payoff here, 84.67, 610 1-2.
She's a Bulldog breaks her maiden here as she gets it done here in the 3 Diamonds final. I'm here with winning driver Dexter Dunn. Dexter, the first time that you got a chance to sit behind this filly, what did Ron Burke tell you out there before you head out to the track about her?
No, not much really. Just said keep it quiet post breeding and then do whatever you want. So, the year Ronnie's put on this year, he's had an amazing year, and his horses just keep turning up. So always gives you a bit of confidence.
A filly that's displayed a bit of quirks but plenty of speed throughout her young career. When you moved her on ahead of that final turn, how did she feel out there?
I was trying to slow her down, to be honest. When I moved her at the half, Johnny, she was rearing to go, and we came off that last turn. I was really had a great hold of her, and obviously they lure deeper on the front. She's just a fantastic filly, but this filly really turned up tonight.
Yeah, speaking of Lua Deep, I mean, your filly just blown past her there. I mean, just given the success and given how talented Lua Deep has been, were you a little bit surprised at how easy your filly did it tonight?
I was really, honestly, yeah. I had a lap full of horse, but when you're coming up against champion fillies, it's horses, it's always tough. So. It's the end of the year, and this filly, I think, I know Tawny Yannick, he pretty really liked her at the start of the year, but it took probably a while to get her going, and she's hitting the form in the stride late in the year.
Nice job, Dex. Best of luck the rest of the night.
Yeah, thanks, Johnny.
All right, there. She's a Bulldog, Dexter Dunn. Ron Burke getting it done here in the 3 Diamonds final.
They're off. Luadipa from the outside just floated away. There goes She's a Bulldog from the inside. Seaside Shuffle with Naughty Beauty and Darlin's Angel and Perfect Thought on the rail 4 wide into the first turn. Cutting the corner is Perfect Thought and Scott Ziron. And now Seaside Shuffle and Jengra up to challenge for the lead. Darlin's Angel gets away in third. She's a Bulldog fourth to the outside. Luadipa gaining ground from fifth at the quarter. Then it's Naughty Beauty on the inside. Gapped early is Fabulous Hanover, followed by Better Be a Star at the rear of the field. I'm a Lulu and On Air. Taking over Seaside Shuffle. 27-2 was that opening quarter. Seaside Shuffle. Now Luadipa and Ronnie Wren Jr. They brush to the top. Luadipa, the big standout filly, takes the lead now. Seaside Shuffle back in the second spot. Perfect Thought on the inside third. It's Darlin's Angel fourth, getting close to the half now. She's a Bulldog fifth on the inside and edging out now. She's fed Racetrack, tracked by Naughty Beauty on the outside. And then it's a Better Be a Star. That one stride for stride with Fabulous Hanover at the rear of the field with On Air and I'm a Lulu. That half was 55-4, 28-2 second quarter. The midway on the final turn, the target is Luadipa, and she's a Bulldog. Yes, she is, and she means business. She's coming up to say hello to Luadipa. She's a Bulldog on the outside, a fierce late bid. Seaside Shuffle right there in third on the inside. Naughty Beauty is fourth. They're at three quarters in 124. Into the stretch they hook up. Luadipa now. She's a Bulldog and Dexter Dunn. They grab the track. And She's a Bulldog with a powerhouse first over to the top and opens up by 200 urging. Luadipa's trying to battle back. Then it's Seaside Shuffle and Perfect Thought. She's a Bulldog. Say hello to She's a Bulldog in the 3 Diamonds. Then it was Luadipa, Perfect Thought, and the time 1:51.1. Perfect Thought was third. Darlin's Angel fourth. Naughty Beauty eighth. Seaside Shuffle sixth. Fabulous Hanover seventh. She's a Bulldog the winner. Better Be a Star was ninth. I'm a Lulu fifth. On Air was 10th and Luadipa second. 3-4-8, 6-7, 1-9. 5-10-2, 151.1.
It's not always about speed. It's not always about sponsors. It's not always about glamour. It's about getting the job done right. No matter what you have to push, pull, or move, New Holland and your local dealers are ready to help you finish like a champion. New Holland.
Two-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers coming on the track for race 9, $334,000 Governor's Cup, sponsored by Purple Haze Standard Bred Adoption Program. Number 1, Apocalypse Blue Chip with Joe Bongiorno, trains and drives for Country Club Acres, Joe Sabraco and Jaff Racing, and Joseph Bongiorno and De La Torre. Coming out last will be the 2 Toast of the Town. 3, Gentlemen's Club with Andrew McCarthy. Aaron Lambert trains for Anthony Locastro. Number 4, Fragment, the Matron Stake winner with Jason Bartlett for Per Engblom, Engblom Stable. Sipple and Peaceful Acre Farm. Talbot Andretti, number 5. Brett Beckwith drives for Jake Lehman and owned by Marvin J. Runick. 6 is Show Me Your Ace with Dave Miller, trained by Chris Ryder, a co-owner with Anne-Marie Demers, Lawrence Minowitz, and Okus Vonstead. Signal Caller, number 7, Dexter Dunn, Noel Daly trains for Patricia Stable, Kovach Stables, Schobelom Racing, and LA Express Stable. Number 8, Treacherous, Scott Ciron for Tony Alagna and John Barnard. Number 9, Malilo, Ronnie Wren Jr. driving for Ron Burke, Burke Racing Stable, Jason Malilo, and Weaver Buscemi. And another Burke trainee, the 10, U Brute with Yannick Gingras. Ron Burke trains Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Hatfield Stables, and Phil Calura. And Toast of the Town, Todd McCarthy driving for Noel Daly, Let It Ride Stables, Odds On Racing, Magnificent 7 Stable, and Morrison Racing Stables. The Governor's Cup, sponsored by Purple Haze Standard Bred Adoption Program, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Pick 3. A 4, Fragment, at 3 to 5. Big favorite here, the Big Apple Romp in 150 at Vernon Downs. Certainly jumps off the page here. No chance for post 10 in the Breeders' Crown. Draws well off another dominant score in the Matron Stake. The 2 Toast of the Town at 6 to 1. Just missed with a hard charging 26 and 2 in the Kindergarten Final, and draws better. And the 7 Signal Caller 9 to 1, a 148 and 4 Bluegrass winner. He flashed a 25 and 2 in victory here before that. We've got a 4-2-7 call here in race 9.
The 9th race is up next. It's the Governor's Cup for 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers, and all roads go through number 4, Fragment. John Rallis told me that this horse looked absolutely outstanding in the warm-ups.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised considering how well he raced last time out, and just how well he's racing overall. If you toss out that 10-hole effort at the Breeders' Crown, every single mile has been spectacular.
Now you're looking for a little bit of an upset here. 14 to 1, U Brute for Ron Burke. How'd you come up with that one?
I really feel like this horse has just been, in bad situations. Post 9 in the Breeders' Crown, really had no chance. The start before that, he raced against Bojangles. He was sitting in the pocket, the Bojangles. I thought maybe he had a little bit more left in the tank, was kind of boxed in a little bit. I just think he's had some bad luck. There's a lot of talent here, and I knew I was going to get a good price on him.
Nizuko, Kamado, Luadipa, the outside posts have been pretty brutal tonight. Can U Brute overcome?
We just saw a guy going up the escalator, right, who used to say that the 10 post is just the starting point.
Right.
So.
Yeah, John Campbell, no question about that. That's all it was. But tonight, they've been a little bit tougher. We'll see if U Brute can come through for you at 13 to 1. Let's talk a little bit about number 7, Signal Caller for Noel Daly. This horse, steady performer in the Kindergarten, faces a little bit better here.
Yeah, this horse has a huge late kick and is really fast, but he needs the right trip. He's not necessarily the smartest horse in the world, and he needs a cover trip or a third over trip where he can use that late kick. Last time he was first up, and we had a conversation here about that race. You said if he's first up, can he win? I said no. He was first up, he didn't win. If he can get the right trip, he could certainly win. And you know what? There's certainly nothing wrong with Dexter Dunn taking over the lines.
You know, last week I worked with Brett Sturman, and we both watched as Gentlemen's Club crushed a field that was pretty good in 150 and 2. You put this one on your board, 4 for 9 on the year.
Yeah, really, it surprised me a little that Andrew McCarthy chose this guy over Signal Caller for a couple of reasons. Obviously, Signal Caller we've seen has some talent, but on top of that, he typically drives everything for Noel Daly. You know, if Noel Daly puts him down, he tends to take the drive. So for him to take off that horse says to me, like, maybe Gentleman's Club is the real deal and can move forward.
Well, Toast of the Town, though, is a horse who's been racing very well in the Kindergarten Series, as we already reported. A good second-place finisher in both the final leg and the final of the Kindergarten Series.
The one thing I will say about Toast of the Town, he's been really consistent and really solid. But I don't think 6 to 1 is a great price on him when you consider some of the other horses out there. I'd rather have Signal Caller at 8 to 1 than Toast of the Town at 6 to 1. I'd probably rather have Gentleman's Club at 9 to 1. You know, clearly I'd rather have You Brute because I picked them on top at 15 to 1. So I just think there's better value on the board for a horse that looks good on paper, but, you know, maybe hasn't, won that big race yet.
I thought that Show Me Your Ace might have a chance in here. Looked good in 4 of his last 5. Have I overestimated him?
I think so. Like, I don't really like this horse very much. Not saying that this horse doesn't have a chance, but more in that I think this is a really tough spot. I'm not sure, what trip he's going to get to make it work out. I guess, in theory, the 5 inside of him doesn't have a lot of speed. If he could somehow leave fast enough to get around Fragment and then sit a pocket the Fragment, that could be a nice spot.
I was looking for an upsetter in here because I thought Fragment was the most vulnerable of the 4 favorites in the pick 4. I went to number 9, Melillo, who showed good speed in the Matron and was pretty good in both the Breeders' Crown and Limb and Final.
Melillo's shown some talent. I think early in the year, a lot of people saw his races and thought, like, hey, this is the best of the Burke group, over horses, some of his other horses like Frantic Hanover and stuff like that. But when I looked at him, I really didn't feel that way. I think this horse has a shot in here. I think the price is fair, but it's not a horse that I'm enamored with.
The stakes are still coming in rapid-fire fashion. Races 9, 10, and 11 will finish off our Big 8 on this championship night with the full Final 4. Right now, the Governor's Cup, 2-year-old Colts and Geldings on the pace. Fragment is 3 to 5. Can he deliver on that promise for Per Engblom and Jason Bartlett, who could be the hottest driver in harness racing? We'll find out in about 20 seconds. Ken Warkington will have the call. I'll have Winner's Circle reaction.
They are near the gate. It's post time for race 9. Your final call to wager. Preferred Equine starting gate is moving for the field of 10. 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers, $334,000. The Governor's Cup, sponsored by Purple Haze Standard Bred Adoption Program. Big favorite here for Fragment and Jason Bartlett at 3 to 5. At 5 to 1, 2 Toast of the Town. Pair at 8 to 1, 7 and 9. Signal Caller and Melillo. On gate for race 9, the Governor's Cup. Here they come. And they're off. Melillo and You Brute blasting off on the far outside. There goes Gentleman's Club and Fragment put in play with Apocalypse Blue Chip on the inside into the top 5. Toast of the Town just floated away 6th on the inside, followed by Talbot Andretti. And then it's a Show Me Your Ace at the rear of the field with Signal Caller. And Treacherous is the early trailer. Too wide and brushing up. You Brute from post 10 takes over and clears past the quarter in 26 and 3. Dazzling opening quarter for You Brute. Used hard early, and Gingras looks to tap the brakes and retaking Gentleman's Club and Andrew McCarthy across the backstretch. Fragment off the speed in 3rd by 2. Apocalypse Blue Chip is 4th on the inside. Melillo is 5th as they get close to the half. Edging out now, Toast of the Town gets underway. He'll be followed by Talbot Andretti. Then a gap of 3-4 more to Show Me Your Ace and Signal Caller on the outside. And Treacherous and Off-Stride Toast of the town, 54-4. They hook up onto the far turn now. Gentleman's Club and Fragment on the outside, the 2-5 chalk. On the inside, U Brutus third after that quick start. Apocalypse Blue Chip setting it up now second over fourth. On the inside, Malilo needs some racing room in fifth. Talbot Andretti needs to shake loose in sixth. Signal Caller on the outside, seventh. It's Gentleman's Club. And on the outside, Fragment pours it on. Gentleman's Club turns first, 1:22 for 3/4. Into the stretch, demanding pace here. Gentleman's Club trying to keep it going. U Brute was revved up in the pocket. Il Angela take a late shot now. Gentleman's Club. U Brute on the outside is coming on. Surging late. Malilo on the inside. Gentleman's Club holding on in the Governor's Cup. And Malilo close there with U Brute. And then a photo, Show Me Your Ace, or Talbot Andretti, 150-2.
We had another upset here in the Governor's Cup, Derek, and it was Gentleman's Club, who was aggressively handled in this spot, was able to fend off the favorite in Fragment, and was able to hang on the rest of the way. It was a big effort.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to start calling this place the graveyard of favorites the way it's going tonight. It would be interesting to see if U Brute would have had the inside path, if he would have been not have to check up and come to the outside, Yannick Gingras, if he would have been able to do a little bit better there.
I mean, a horse who was doing some racing over in Ohio, put forth a couple of really good efforts here at the Meadowlands. I just didn't think that he was going to be ready to step up against a group like this, but he certainly came into this race sharp, but also fresh.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And the fact that Andrew McCarthy chose off a Signal Caller for a barn he drives for all the time, for a horse that, has a 48 win to drive this horse, probably was a good indication that this horse was the real deal.
And not to mention, I mean, Andy McCarthy's been so complimentary of Signal Caller, obviously mentioning that he's got so much talent, obviously some quirks, but a big effort by Gentleman's Club. I thought some other horses in the race finished up nicely to pick up pretty good pieces as well tonight.
Yeah, Malillo came flying late up the inside, got a nice path there and raced pretty well. You know what? This is the last race for the 2 years of the year. It's been a long season. Some of them are a little bit tired. We'll go on to next year, and we'll see how they progress.
Gentleman's Club plays the role of upsetter here in the Governor's Cup. Winning driver, Andrew McCarthy. Winning trainer, Aaron Lambert.
Judges posting 3, Gentleman's Club, 150-2. 9, Malilo was second. The 10, U Brute was third. And 5, Talbot Andretti fourth, 3-9, 10-5. Number 3, Gentleman's Club, is a 2-year-old bay son of Down by the Seaside out of See You at Peelers by Better's Delight. Bred in Delaware by Fred Hertrick III, owned by Anthony LeCastro of Eastern Creek, Australia, New South Wales, Australia, and trained by Aaron Lambert. A double for Andrew McCarthy, who won our non-wagering race tonight. Gentleman's Club, 2 in a row here, and win number 5 in 10 starts. From the Ohio Sire Stakes circuit to the Meadowlands Winner's Circle And the Grade 1 Governor's Cup winner, Gentlemen's Club at 13-1, pulls the upset here for the Thunder from Down Under. Sponsored by Purple Haze Standardbred Adoption Program. And making the trophy presentation, Jason Settlemore, our Chief Operating Officer and General Manager. The Purple Haze Stables, one of our great sponsors, Wanda Policini, the Lady in Purple, a Proximity Award winner, and the Policini Foundation and the Purple Haze Standardbred Adoption Program. Dave Little is standing by to get the Winner's Circle interview. Race 10 is up next. There are no changes in the 10th race, FanDuel Championship Final Open Trot. It starts the 50-cent late pick four, $50,000 guarantee.
We're in a rainy winner's circle with Andy McCarthy, who just guided Gentlemen's Club to victory in the Governor's Cup, 2-year-old colt and gelding pace. First time he drove this horse was last week. What did you think?
That was actually the second time. I raced him once at Northfield, and we didn't fare so well out there. You know, I kind of trying to race him around a half. He didn't really like that. So, but I was pretty excited to get back on this horse on a big track. You know, so you know, I gave him a rattle there last week, and he raced huge, and so I was quite confident going into tonight.
You got Jason coming alongside you with Fragment, who's the horse to beat in this race. So you had to be at least a little bit nervous.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Fragment's been awesome all year. You know, he's put up some pretty big miles, you know, but I knew the only way I could beat him was to maybe outstay him. You know, I just knew, you know, Aaron had this horse ready. He did a fine job getting him to finish the year off like this, and he raced so tough last week that I knew I had to kind of turn it into a staying event.
When Yannick passed you, you went right back at him. Was that the plan all along? I got to be on the lead?
No, it wasn't really the plan. Just kind of just felt like I'd drive the speed of the race. You know, once we got past the quarter there, Yannick slowed down a little bit. So I, you know, just the way he went in front last week, I was pretty happy to put him right back there. And you know, he fought game last week, so I was pretty confident that he'd do it again. And yeah, like I said, I just want to give Aaron a big shout out and the crew down under. It's a pretty good team to work for, this one. You know, it's my brother's owner, Tony LaCastro. He's had an excellent run, and he's a good guy, and he deserves a lot of success.
Andy McCarthy, congratulations. Gentlemen's Club wins the Governor's Cup.
Thanks, Dave.
And they're off. Malilo and U Brute blasting off on the far outside. There goes Gentleman's Club and Fragment put in play with Apocalypse Blue Chip on the inside into the top 5. Toast of the Town just floated away 6th on the inside, followed by Talbot Andretti. And then it's a Show Me Your Ace at the rear of the field with Signal Caller. And Treacherous is the early trailer. 2 wide and brushing up. U Brute from post 10 takes over and clears past the quarter in 26-3. Dazzling opening quarter for U Brute. Used hard early, and Gingras looks to tap the brakes and retaking Gentleman's Club and Andrew McCarthy across the backstretch. Fragment off the speed in 3rd by 2. Apocalypse Blue Chip is 4th on the inside. Malilo is 5th as they get close to the half. Edging out now, Toast of the Town gets underway. He'll be followed by Talbot Andretti. Then a gap of 3-4 more to Show Me Your Ace and Signal Caller on the outside. And Treacherous and off stride Toast of the Town. 54-4. They hook up onto the far turn now. Gentleman's Club and Fragment on the outside. The 2-5 chalk. On the inside, U Brute is 3rd after that quick start. Apocalypse Blue Chip setting it up now 2nd over 4th. On the inside, Malilo needs some racing room in 5th. Talbot Andretti needs to shake loose in 6th. Signal Caller on the outside 7th. It's Gentleman's Club. And on the outside, Fragment pours it on. Gentleman's Club turns first, 122 for 3/4. Into the stretch, demanding pace here. Gentleman's Club trying to keep it going. U Brute was revved up in the pocket. He'll angle out, take a late shot now. Gentleman's Club. U Brute on the outside is coming on. Surging late. Malilo on the inside. Gentleman's Club holding on in the Governor's Cup. Then Malilo close there with U Brute. And then a photo, Show Me Your Ace or Talbot Andretti, 150-2. Apocalypse Blue Chip was 8th. Toast of the Town 10th. Gentleman's Club the winner. Fragment 6th. Talbot Andretti 4th. Show Me Your Ace 5th. Signal Caller 7th. Treacherous 9th. Malilo was 2nd. U Brute was 3rd. 8-10-1, 6-4-5-7, 9-2-3, 150 and 2/5. The survivor wager was 5 of 7, 187.64. The dime super, $1,068.
Back here at the Sam McKee Memorial Broadcast Set as we get ready for this late pick 4. And Derek, we just talked about it moments ago. It's been long shot city tonight. So this late pick 4, are we going to see more long shots, do you think, here?
I don't know. I mean, a couple of these races are pretty wide open. It's interesting. The pick 6 had $59,000 in it with a double carryover. Only $311 left. So could we be looking at a triple carryover for next Thursday? It's possible.
That would be really appealing, but I guess it matters what takes place here over the next 4 races. So, Derek, let's go through your pick 4 thoughts here. What kind of approach are you going to take in this opening leg?
I'm going to just go out and single Lexus Cody in this opening leg. I feel like it's a 2-horse race with maybe a third being Logan Park, the other horse being Periculum. I think Lexus Cody just got a little bit unlucky in the Breeders' Crown, had a little bit of a tough trip. I think this is a spot where he can kind of get back on track again.
Taking taking support right now. Second choice currently at 2-1, and you mentioned Yannick. His hope is to give him a much easier trip here, and he's got a good draw. He's going to have every opportunity to do just that. Singles for you in the following 3 legs. You go 2 deep in leg number 2. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I think Spencer Hanover's my top pick, and I think he's going to be the top pick for most people in here. was absolutely super in the Breeders' Crown, has won 3 straight races now, has been a completely different horse since the hobbles went on. You know, definitely the horse to beat. But I kind of like what I saw from AI last time. You know, to me that was the first good race where he took a step in the right direction on a bigger track. And I think you were talking to about this earlier with Yannick about racing on the big track. To me, he had never taken that step forward till this last start, and I'm hoping that there's more to come.
Yeah, 3 deep there. I think that's you know, a pretty good approach in that. Sorry, 2 deep in leg number 2. So I like those 2 horses as well. Both of them I'm going to include in my late pick 4 as well. I think the last 2 legs are pretty tough though, Derek. So you went 3 deep here and 3 deep in the last leg. Tell me about those choices.
Yeah, my top pick is Stellar Yankee. I mean, this is just a horse that excels in this non-winners of 5,000 condition. Over the last 2 years here, 7 starts, 3 wins, 3 seconds, and a third. Just loves this class. So I expect him to race much better than his lines look. T.H. Tyson is moving down in class. He hasn't been this low in a long time. I think he was in a Trackmaster 83 once, won in 150. And Arden Messi just had a bad trip last time. I think the inside post will help.
All right, Jason Bartlett going to a Perengbom trainee, Seaside Escape. Did you give that one any thought, though, including in that 3rd leg at all?
I did not, but obviously you got to respect anything from Engbaum and Bartlett.
And last leg for you, you're going to go 3 deep yet again. Talk about your 3.
Yeah, my top pick is I'm Staying Alive. You know what? This is completely on the barn change angle. I'm a big fan of a new barn, take a shot. I think there was a horse last night that would switch barns. Maybe he's into the Jules Sermon barn or something like that, and paid a big price. I'm a big fan of that, especially when you have a wide open race like this one. It's worth the chance. I also use Like a Shadow, who's taking a drop in class, won at this level last time, probably going to be the favorite in here. And Sono Confuso, who I was hoping maybe could get like a pocket trip instead of being on the lead this time. Even though he won on the lead last time, I think when you're moving up in class, you need a little bit of a trip.
All right, there's Derek's thoughts on his late pick 4 ticket. He's all in on Lexus Cody in leg number 1, and he's going to hope to have some possible price possibilities the rest of the way. I'm going to take the same approach as you, though, Derek, in this pick 4. I am going to go all in on Logan Park here in this sequence. You know, he's my value play tonight, and right now he's 5-1. He got the job done in the same race last year, and to me, I think Dougie's hit the reset button with him, right? I mean, he was chopping miles over his last few starts. He wasn't finishing up as well as we know he's capable of, but the last few starts with outside draws, he's taken him off the pace, and he's responded quite well.
I thought he was very good in the Breeders' Crown. Even though he only finished 7th, it was a decent effort. He came back with a win. I think this horse that's moving in the right direction and could definitely win this race at a decent price.
I think he just needed some time maybe to get himself acclimated, especially coming back from Sweden. So he seems to be peaking at the right time, and hopefully he can get the job done at what's going to be a pretty good number. In leg number 2, I agree with the 2 you're using, though, right? I think AI and Spencer Hanover, those 2 merit a lot of respect. You talked about AI taking a step forward on the big track last time out. I completely agree with that. I don't want to leave out Diabolic Hill, though. He's got another good draw to work with. I thought that was a solid effort in the Breeders' Crown. I know there was an inquiry in that effort. I'm not entirely sure if he was going to go by Spencer Hanover, even if Spencer wasn't drifting out a little bit. Nevertheless, I think he's taken a huge step forward since Annie's tinkered with the shoes a few starts ago.
I wouldn't, be upset if, not upset, but I'm thinking, I think you made a decent selection in Diabolic Hill, but I'm not convinced at all that he was going by. Like, I really think that they could have went around again and Spencer Hanover was going to win that race after watching that replay a few times.
All right, I'm going to go 4 deep in leg number 3. I'm going to go 1, 4, 7, and 8. I completely agree with you on Arden Messi. One that I liked last time out despite post 10, but he never saw a set of pylon, so I think you can forgive him here from the rail. I know Jason Bartlett's opting, booking off this horse, but he's taken a Perengbom training. We know the allegiance that he pledges to him, but I will use Seaside Escape as well. Because I'm going with the value single in leg number 1, Derek, I think that I feel okay going a little bit deep in those other legs because I just want to make sure that I get it if I get a 6-1 shot or above, across here.
Yeah, I think, and just looking at the sequence in general, even this first leg where you have a couple of favorites, half the money's going to be on each horse. Let's say there's 40% on the 6, 40% on the 4, and 10% on the 2. The money's going to be spread around enough that you can definitely spread.
Leg number 4, I'm going to use Like a Shadow. I think his efforts have been really, really sharp. He's just missed over his last 2. I tell you what, American Mercury, for me, I almost considered using him as a value play. I know that the line doesn't look appealing, but I tell you what, this guy had some pace in amongst rivals. Jordan Stratton's going to stick with him in an inside draw to work with. I wouldn't leave him off any late pick 4 tickets, so I think he's a bit of a sneaky play there.
He might be. I mean, he doesn't have many wins, though. If you look at the last couple of years, just 1 win in 18 starts. That's not very appealing, but certainly could step up.
All right, Derek and I taking similar approaches in leg number 1. He's King Lexus Cody. I'm King Logan Park, but we're hoping to get this late pick 4.
Welcome to Silver Springs Ranch, a premier destination for harness horse training and racing, nestled in the scenic Black Mountain of Pennsylvania. Home to over 150 world-class standardbred horses, our state-of-the-art facility offers everything for elite training and racing. Our half-mile oval track, surrounded by expansive fields, provides the perfect environment for growth and success. Silver Springs Ranch is a hub for top trainers and drivers, dedicated to excellence in equestrian sports. Silver Springs Ranch, where champions are made. Visit us at silverspringsranch.net.
Deo Volente Farm stallion roster includes some of the top stallions in North America, including Perfect Sting, a Breeders' Crown champion at both 2 and 3, making him the first male pacer to accomplish this since 1998. The only undefeated 2-year-old to win the Breeders' Crown and never finished off the board in his 26 lifetime starts.
Perfect Breeders' Crown for Perfect Sting.
Deo Volente Farms Premium Breeding Farm and Syndicate Management.
Race 10, a $350,000 FanDuel Championship final for Open Trotters. Number 1, Up Your Deo with Okas Fonstad. Trains and drives, co-owns with Suleiman Yüksel Stables, Deo Volente Farms, and Van Camp Trotting Corporation. Number 2, Logan Park. Doug McNair drives the defending champion for Robert Fellows, Out of the Park Stable and Reg Higgs, and Arpad J. Zabo. Hill Exotic, number 3, with Austin Hanners driving for Todd Luther, owned by Greg Luther Racing. 4, Periculum, who was second last year in this event. Scott Ziron for Marcus Melander, Brixton Medical Incorporated, Holly Lane Stud East Limited. Number 5 is Security Protected with Jordan Stratton for Corey Stratton, owned by Caldwell Mammy Racing. Number 6, Lexus Cody, Yannick Gingras for Ron Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Bershemi, and Phil Calera. Number 7 is Atos Kronos with Dexter Dunn, trained by Marcus Melander for Jeffrey and Michael Snyder. Breeders' Crown winner, French Wine, number 8 with Jason Bartlett, Nancy Tactor Trains for Daniel and Jean-Christophe Plouffe, and One Legend Stable. Number 9, Get a Wish DK with Tim Tetrick for Okas Fonstad and Get a Wish Stable Incorporated. And number 10, Take All Comers. Jim Campbell Trains for Run the Table Stables with Todd McCarthy. Exacta Trifecta, 50-cent late pick 4, $50,000 guarantee. How about Periculum at 8-5, the current favorite? Well, quite a resume this season. The Cutler, the Crawford, the Cashman, the Caesars, the Olaroche Farms, a steady 149.3 performer here this season. He just missed in the Breeders' Crown. The 6 Lexus Cody, Maple Leaf Trot, the MGM, The Caesars, the Dayton Derby winner, has blossomed into a division leader for Team Burke and returns to the Big M off a tough trip in the Breeders' Crown. The 7-8 Kronos at 7-1, a Vincennes winner here. Just missed in the Dayton Derby, and All Larage Farms freshened up with an energetic qualifier and gives Marcus Melander a strong 1-2 punch in this one. We've got 4, 6, 7. This starts the late pick 4. Countdown clock has expired, and the preferred equine starting gate moves into position. Wings are opening here. Your final call for the 50-cent late pick 4. It's post time for race 10, field of 10, lining up. For $350,000, the FanDuel Championship Final Open Trot, sponsored by FanDuel. At 9-5, the 4 Periculum. At 2-1, the 6 Lexus Cody. The defending champion Logan Park, number 2, at 5-1, 6-1 on the 8 French Wine, the Breeders' Crown winner. Open trotters on gate for race 10, the FanDuel Championship. Here they come. And they're off and trotting. French Wine left hard from the outside with Atos, Kronos, and Lexus Cody guns out as well. Hill Exotic from the inside showing up on the inside. Up Your Deo into the top 5 around the first turn. Logan Park is 6th. And up in the round that one comes French Wine going up very quickly. So Logan Park settles in 6th on the inside, followed by Periculum 7th then trying to gain. Then it's Security protected at the rear of the field with Get a Wish DK and Take All Comers. Atos Kronos Dexter Dunn at the quarter 27-1 and Lexus Cody with a brush to the top. Lexus Cody takes the lead. Atos Kronos now trotting in 2nd. Hill Exotic on the inside 3rd. Uncovered French Wine gains from 4th. That's Up Your Deo on the inside 5th as they get set to pass the half. Periculum on the outside 6th. And then comes Logan Park buried near the back of the pack with Security protected and Get a Wish JK and Take All Comers. Lexus Cody took them past the half in a rated 55-2, 28-1. It's Lexus Cody. And French Wine is first over in a grind. Now second on the outside to Challenger apply some pressure. Atos Kronos on the inside. Periculum is setting up his rally from second over 4th. Hill Exotic with no racing room on the inside 5th. Shuffled back was Up Your Deo on the inside 6th as they turn home. Security protected to the outside 3rd over. 123-3 into the stretch of the FanDuel final. And it's Lexus Cody who scoots off by 2, now 3. Lexus Cody, Periculum on the outside, full out. So is on the inside Atos Kronos in deep stretch. Lexus Cody and Yannick Gingras with a grand slam. Lexus Cody locks it down in the FanDuel Championship. Then Periculum. Then Logan Park and Up Your Deo in 1:51.
Some aggressive handling from Yannick Gingras, and Lexus Cody wins this for fun, John.
Yeah, when I got a chance to speak with him in the paddock earlier tonight, he said I didn't want to give him any tough trips. I mean, he took matters in his own hands tonight, and he was a comfortable winner. He's been the best H trotter in the division all season long, and with a victory tonight, he very well could stamp himself here as trotter of the year.
You know, French Wine went first up, and he wasn't gaining with an awful lot of vigor, if you will. That provided the cover for Periculum, but when Periculum tipped off that cover, there was just too much to do.
You know what? A Periculum race super. He never saw a set of pylons throughout the mile. He worked out a covered-up trip, but again, like you said, Lexus Cody worked out a good trip and was able to sprint away. I tell you what, though, because Periculum never saw a set of pylons at Logan Park, it was at Logan Park's demise as well. I mean, he had no chance to get out late in the at any point during the mile. When he got out late, he was full of trot, though.
So now with this victory, are you saying Lexus Cody is the trotter of the year?
It's going to be really close now. I think he has a really, really good chance. I think you probably maybe give him the edge, maybe the slight edge over Yotilli right now. That was a super performance tonight.
Lexus Cody ups his seasonal bankroll to over $1.3 million, 11 for 21. Congratulations to Ron Burke, Weaver Bersemi, Phil Kalura. Yannick Gingras guides Lexus Cody to victory in the open trot for $350,000.
Judges posting 6, Lexus Cody first, 4, Periculum second, 2, Logan Park third, and 1, Up Your Deo fourth, 6-4, 2-1, 151. Number 6, Lexus Cody. Brown gelding, 7-year-old by Archangel out of Lexus Helios by Ken Workington. Bred in Ontario by Norm H. Dunstan and owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Fredericktown, Pennsylvania. Weaver Buscemi Partnership, Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania, and Phil Kalura, Mountaintop, Pennsylvania. 4 tonight for Hall of Fame trainer Ron Burke, the 3-time Trainer of the Year, and Hall of Fame driver Yannick Gingras with the Grand Slam. A sensational season for Lexus Cody, $1.3 million in earnings as he scores here in the FanDuel Championship Final. His 11th win this season in 21 starts, 37 victories in 90 starts, and closing in on that $2 million mark. He's a track record holder. He's got a mark of 149-4 here. And this year, the Maple Leaf Trot, the MGM, the Caesars, the Dayton Derby. We welcome once again Ashley Mayu. She makes that trophy presentation in the winner's circle. To a happy group here surrounding Lexus Cody. Division standout and possibly, was certainly a top contender for Trotter of the Year. Ron Burke won this with a 3-year-old back in 2017 with What the Hill. And Lexus Cody pays $660, $340, and $260. It's official. 4 Periculum, $220 and $210. And the 2 Logan Park, $320. 6-4 Exacta, $1560. 6-4-2 Trifecta, $48. Post time for race 11, the Valley Victory, 10:43. No changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Pick 3. The Valley Victory, sponsored by Kentuckiana Farms. Derek Givner standing by for Winner's Circle reaction.
The open trot is in for $350,000, and Lexus Cody goes pretty much wire to wire there in 151. That was kind of a statement win there, Ronnie.
Yeah, that's an incredible mile tonight. That's 48 in the summer. That's as good as he's been all year. We were a little bit disappointed in the British Crown. He got a tough trip, but I thought he could have been better. That's the horse that he has been the last 3 months, so I was very happy with him.
Earned over $1 million this year. It's taken some time. He's now 7 years old. Is he the kind of the poster child for some horses just take longer than others to get there?
Yeah, he's the one, the trotter. They tell you always wait on him, wait on him. He is the one. He finally figured it out. And he's now able to be rated, and you can sit for a second, move him. Made a whole difference with him. And the groom is, JoJo's done an unbelievable job with the horse. The horse is not easy, and I think he's really responded to, he loves him more than anything.
This horse will come back next year. He'll be an 8-year-old. Can he have an encore type year as an 8-year-old?
Foiled had his best year as an 8-year-old, so I can't see why he couldn't either. That's a young horse still. He's not been hurt. So, yeah, I would expect that he'll come back next year and even be better.
Congratulations, Ronnie.
Thank you.
And the Rothman trotting. French Wine left hard from the outside with Atos, Kronos, and Lexus Cody guns out as well. Hill Exotic from the inside showing up on the inside. Up Your Deo into the top 5 around the first turn. Logan Park is 6th. And up in the round that one comes French Wine going up very quickly. So Logan Park settles in 6th on the inside, followed by Periculum 7th then trying to gain. Then it's Security protected at the rear of the field with Get a Wish DK and Take All Comers. Atos Kronos Dexter Dunn at the quarter 27-1, and Lexus Cody with a brush to the top. Lexus Cody takes the lead. Atos Kronos now trotting in 2nd. Hill Exotic on the inside 3rd. Uncovered French Wine gains from 4th. That's Up Your Deo on the inside 5th as they get set to pass the half. Periculum on the outside 6th. And then comes Logan Park, buried near the back of the pack with Security Protected, and Get a Wish JK, and Take All Comers. Lexus Cody took them past the half in a rated 55 and 2, 28 and 1. It's Lexus Cody, and French Wine is first over in a grind. Now second on the outside to challenge and apply some pressure. Atos Cronus on the inside. Periculum is setting up his rally from second over fourth. Hill Exotic with no racing room on the inside, fifth. Shuffled back was Up Your Deo on the inside, sixth as they turn home. Security Protected to the outside, third over. 1:23 and 3 into the stretch of the FanDuel final. And it's Lexus Cody who scoots off by 2, now 3. Lexus Cody, Periculum on the outside, full out. So is on the inside Atos Kronos in deep stretch. Lexus Cody and Yannick Gingras with a grand slam. Lexus Cody locks it down in the FanDuel Championship. Then Periculum. Then Logan Park and Up Your Deo in 1:51. Up Your Deo fourth, Logan Park third. Hill Exotic fifth, Periculum second. Security Protected 10th, Lexus Cody the winner. Atos Kronos was 8th. French Wine 7th. Get a Wish DK was 9th. Take All Comers 6th. 4-3-5, 2-10-1-8, 7-9-6, 151.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight marks the final night of Dave Miller's illustrious career of racing here at the Meadowlands. And while we may luck out and see him on a horse or two down the road, he's relocating to his home of Ohio after tonight so that he can spend more time with family. Please enjoy this look back at the career of David Miller.
It would take a lengthy documentary to describe what Dave Miller has meant to the sport of harness racing and the Meadowlands racetrack. As the Buckeye returns to his roots in Ohio, his success and contributions have quite simply made him one of the most prominent horsemen in Meadowlands history. The 2014 Hall of Fame inductee and 3-time Driver of the Year, quickly rose to dominate the Ohio circuit in the early 90s and became a fixture on the Grand Circuit. The leading active money-winning driver, closing in on $300 million and 15,000 career wins, has won over 3,000 races and over $92 million right here at the Meadowlands. In 2025, Miller has been the regular driver of division standout Elista Hanover, who dominated the Hambletonian maturity and vaulted past the $1 million mark in career earnings. In the always tough open pace ranks, Miller guided Ken Hanover to major wins in the Dave Brower Memorial, Sam McKee Memorial, and Allorage Farms. In 2024, 21 years after tying for the Big M Dash title, Miller won his second title at the Big M, and among his top performers was MM's Dream, who won the Steel Memorial back-to-back. Also among Miller's numerous career highlights was his 2012 Hambletonian Oaks upset with Personal Style. He's also the second leading driver in Breeders' Crown history with 30 trophies, scored a record 5 in 2015, and won the 2018 Meadowlands Pace with Courtly Choice. Miller has driven the Horse of the Year 3 times, including, no pan intended, Always Be Mickey, and in 2021 with Breeders' Crown Champion Test of Faith. At age 60, Dave Miller is still at the top of his game, and with a stellar career filled with great horses and numerous stakes victories, Miller has left a lasting legacy at the Big M. Yet perhaps just as big as his racing accomplishments, Miller has set the example as always the approachable gentleman and a true professional. And with well-deserved pride and praise, the Meadowlands salutes the Buckeye. Race 11, the Valley Victory for $421,000. Sponsored by Kentuckiana Farms, a field of 9 stepping out. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Pick 3. Number 1 is Nick's Knackin' with Dexter Dunn, trained by Marcus Melander for Corinth Incorporated. Number 2, Dublin Hanover, Okus Fonstad, trains, drives, co-owns with Tomas Anderson and Leonard Johansson. 3 is Jim Beam with Tim Tetrick, trainer Scott D. Domenico for Alan Wenk. 4 is American Power with Dave Miller, trained by Marcus Melander for M. Biasuzi Stable Incorporated. The 5, AI with Yannick Gingras for Ron Burke, Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and Weaver Buscemi. 6, Diabolic Hill, Todd McCarthy driving for Annie Stobie and Mazza Racing Stables. The 7, Twin Bee Seven Sins, the kindergarten champion with Scott Suran for Noel Daly, Patricia Stable, Caviart Farms, Alistair Stables, and LA Express Stable. Breeders' Crown winners, Spencer Hanover, number 8 with Jason Bartlett, trained by Marcus Melander for Jeff Snyder and Arthur Pronti. And Nebbiolo, number 9 with Andrew McCarthy for Okus Fonstad and Knutson Trotting Incorporated. Andrew McCarthy driving Nebbiolo. Race 11, the Valley Victory, Grade 1, $421,000, sponsored by Kentuckiana Farms. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Pick 3. Spencer Hanover is 2-1, revitalized with the trotting hobbles added. He flashed a 26-3 to take his Breeders' Crown elimination, then stormed home an upsetter in that final. Diabolic Hill, a Muscle Hill colt. He's been steady and versatile all season, and now a fresh threat after he just missed in the Breeders' Crown. Right now he's sitting up there at 2-1 as well. AI, big night for Team Burke and Yannick Gingras, looking for 5 on the card. And AI is 7-2. He rebounded nicely from an early miscue in the Big Apple with a pair of solid kindergarten efforts here. And he flew home from a tough spot to grab second in that final and moves to mid-pack. So we've got 8, 6, and 5. Good luck.
You know, Derek, I have a little bit of a tear in my eye because this is the last big stakes event of the year at the Meadowlands. And I'll tell you what, it's a pleasure for me to work here because we got more than anybody else.
Yeah, there's so many stakes races here. You know, the season seems to last quite a bit of time. You know, we started, I think, in early May and, you know, to the end of November. And, you know, we're always one of the last stakes cards of the year. I think we still have the progress pace, but other than that, that's it for the year as far as stakes races.
Yeah, I certainly would never discount the progress pace, but that card certainly doesn't compare to anything like we had tonight.
Absolutely not. I mean, this, you know, the Meadowlands puts on multiple mega cards every single year. You know, they have like 5 of them, you know, and you have to enjoy these races. You get to see the best drivers, the best horses. You know, it's just a treat.
All right, let's send everybody home a winner with the horse who if he emerges victorious, is going to be one of the favorites for next year's Hambletonian. So let's start with Derek Givner's top pick, and here it's number 8, Spencer Hanover. So no shock here. Spencer Hanover off a good-looking win in the Breeders' Crown. Run us through that effort.
Yeah, it was a really nice effort, quite frankly. You know, and it's just the way he's been doing it time after time after time since the hobbles have been added. You know, he added those hobbles, and in the last 3 starts, just exploding off cover, you know, to just pull away from the field. I mean, he wasn't going away in the Breeders' Crown. And yes, Diabolic Hill was coming after him. Yes, Spencer Hanover did, you know, drift out a little bit in the stretch, but I don't think Diabolic Hill was ever getting to Spencer Hanover. You know, that doesn't mean he's a less of a horse, because we've seen a lot of good things from Diabolic Hill. But to me, Spencer Hanover has clearly proven that he's half a step better.
Yeah, if Diabolic Hill and Spencer Hanover race well, we have a heck of a possible Hambletonian scrum with those two, plus Apex, of course.
Yeah, and you know what? I say this all the time. 2-year-old form does not equal 3-year-old form.
This is true.
You know, just because these are the 3 best horses, you know, now doesn't mean they will be next year.
Now, you went to AI as your second choice here for Ron Burke and Yannick Gingras. Yannick looking for 5 winners on the night, and what do you know? Burke is too.
Yeah, so I guess I'm on the right track then with this horse.
Exactly.
Because clearly this barn is performing at the right time. You know what? I've been waiting, you know, for quite some time for this horse to step up on the big track. And I think last time was the first time we really saw it. You know, he was kind of trapped in, waited for clearance, found it, finished with plenty left. It was a really nice performance. Does that mean, I wonder if that means that he'll try to race him from off the pace again? I think he could probably try to leave and then maybe sit behind another horse.
Yeah, I certainly think that he's going to try to get some positioning without question. Twin B7 Sins. I think what I learned tonight, Derek, is that the kindergarten horses at this stage of the season can compete at a high level at this even higher level in the Grade 1 stakes.
Yeah, I think these horses, you know, historically, the kindergarten has been a good stepping stone for this. Though this year, like I said, we discussed a couple of weeks ago,
right.
You know, there's a little bit lesser quality in the kindergarten than maybe there was 2 years ago because of the purse changes as far as the amount of money that's in them. But this horse was super, you know, kind of just sat the 3-hole, found room, and he did the Scott Zeron. He just darted up the inside and won the race. I think there is some talent here with this guy, and I think 10-1 is a reasonable price to take a shot that he can pull off a repeat. He is 5 for 11 in his career.
And after getting beat by Apex on Hambletonian Day, Diabolic Hill, a mini slump for the Andy Stobie trainee. Now, this one appears to be all the way back off a sharp win in the Breeders' Crown elimination and a good close-up second to Spencer Hanover in the final.
Yeah, it is worth noting that in the Breeders' Crown elimination, they went 58 to the half. You know, that's a pretty slow half. So he kind of got away a little bit cheap in the Breeders' Crown final. Raced really well to be second. There's no doubt about it. I think really the bottom line for me is he's 2-1 up on the board. And I think, you know, I'd rather have an 8-5 shot with Spencer Hanover than I would 2-1 on Diabolic Hill.
You know, let me just ask you about a Marcus Melander trainee because, well, we know that he's going to be loaded for bear when it comes to the Hambletonian next year. Nick Snacken is a horse who might be just a little bit laying in the weeds and might have a little bit of a shot getting an inside trip with Dexter Dunn.
He's a trip horse. You know, if the trip works out for him, if he could just sit like 4th, you know, and there's a little bit of a speed duel in front of him and shake free, this is a horse that can certainly get the job done. He's already proven it. He has a 51-2 second place finish by a nose at the Red Mile. There's quality here.
Meadowlands fans, it's time for the final stakes event on the calendar here at the Meadowlands, the Valley Victory. For 2-year-old colts and geldings on the trot, $421,000. Can Spencer Hanover, the Breeders' Crown champion, win again tonight? He's the 8-5 favorite. Diabolic Hill, the second choice, is at 2-1. Let's go to the top of the stands. Ken Warkington has the call of the Valley Victory.
2-year-old trotters at the gate. It's post time for the Valley Victory for $421,000. The Grade 1 Valley Victory sponsored by Kentuckiana Farms. Preferred equine starting gate is rolling for the field of 9. At 8-5, the 8, Spencer Hanover, the Breeders' Crown winner. The 6, Diabolic Hill at 2-1. 9-2 on the 5, AI. On gate, race 11, the Valley Victory. Here they come. Two-year-olds are off and trotting. American Power and AI away together with Diabolic Hill. And on the inside, Dublin Hanover and Nick Snacken on the rail in their Let's see, 6 wide around the first turn. Dexter Dunn, Nick Snacken cuts the corner from the rail, gets the lead. Dublin Hanover on the inside second. AI goes up to challenge for the lead quickly with Diabolic Hill fourth and on the move up. And going up is Spencer Hanover, the Breeders' Crown winner. Around that breaker, Jim Beam. Jim Beam broke. Then it's American Power, followed by Twin Bees, Seven Sins, and Nebbiolo. And the breaker and far back and back trotting is Jim Beam. That quarter was 28-3. And Diabolic Hill still trying to clear the lead, does that, but Spencer Hanover pounces on him. Spencer Hanover and Jason Bartlett, they're going to take over before the half. Diabolic Hill back in second. AI is now tracking third. Nick Snacken is fourth. It's Dublin Hanover on the inside fifth, and American Power is sixth, followed by Twin Bees, Seven Sins, and Nebbiolo. And the distant trailer, Jim Beam, that early breaker, 56-3, 28 seconds. 3/8 to go on the final turn. Spencer Hanover at 8-5, stalked by Diabolic Hill at even money. AI is right there, and here comes Nick Snacken, who comes to call, and deuce popping Diabolic Hill and Todd McCarthy. It's Diabolic Hill pouncing on Spencer Hanover. Nick Snacken is right there, and AI needs to shake loose late. American Power fifth. They turn home off 3/4 and 1, 25-3. Diabolic Hill and Todd McCarthy in front. Diabolic Hill trying to finish it off. Spencer Hanover found more. He's fighting back. And Nick Snacken is third on the outside. An epic duel to the wire. Diabolic Hill on the outside. Spencer Hanover on the inside. Diabolic Hill in the Valley victory. Then Spencer Hanover. Then Nick Snacken. And Nebbiolo was flying late. 153-3.
Talk about a thrilling stretch duel. It's Diabolic Hill prevailing. They go down the backside. Number 8, Spencer Hanover, is on the lead, looking pretty good to a 56-3 half. Diabolic Hill, though, sits in the pocket and, much to my surprise, Derek, pulls the pocket before 3/4.
Yeah, he did. And you know what? You got to give a lot of credit to Diabolic Hill, because earlier in the year, he had some trouble with these deep stretch battles, where he was going off stride and, maybe not finishing off his miles there. This time he finished off his mile. He showed he belongs, and he proved himself in this race.
Spencer Hanover, there's no question about it. He got a head up inside the 16th pole, and Diabolic Hill had to battle back.
Yeah, Spencer Hanover was really game. You really got to give credit to both of these horses. It's the end of the year. They've had long campaigns. Spencer Hanover, this was his 13th race. Diabolic Hill, his 10th race. And they're still battling hard, and I can't wait to see what they're going to do next year.
I tell you what, Milano really hit the jackpot here when he added the trotting hobbles with Spencer Hanover. Obviously, a narrow defeat tonight, but ever since he added the trotting hobbles, Spencer Hanover's been super.
Yeah, and there's no shame in defeat in this race. You know what? You lost by a nose here to a really nice horse in Diabolic Hill and a really good effort. And, and Nick Snacken, the other Marcus Melander horse, got up and did what he does. He got third.
With this victory, Diabolic Hill, in just 10 starts in 2025, lifts his bankroll to over $500,000. Congratulations to Annie Stobie, Mazza Racing, and C. Annie Stobie. Todd McCarthy drives. Diabolic Hill wins the Valley victory.
Photo sign remains up, 153-3. Number 6, Diabolic Hill, a 2-year-old bay son of Muscle Hill, out of Christie Dream by Infinitive. Bred in Sweden by M. Bloodstock, owned by Mazza Racing Stables, Loxahatchee, Florida, and the trainer, Annie Stobie, a co-owner, New Egypt, New Jersey. Winning driver Todd McCarthy, it's win number 5 in 10 starts, over $500,000. 6 Diabolic Hill, 153 and 3. There was a dead heat for 4th, 5 and 9. AI and Nebbiolo, dead heat for 4th. So it's 6-8-1. 1 Nixnack in 3rd. And 5, that's 5-9 in a dead heat for 4th. Presentation by Jason Settlemore, Chief Operating Officer, General Manager, on behalf of Kentuckiana Farms, sponsoring our Valley Victory. Diabolic Hill, Todd McCarthy, the Hot Toddy. Annie Stobie, Mazza Racing Stables, 153 and 3. Standing by for the official and prices for race 11. And standing by with John Rallis and Annie Stobie in the winner's circle.
Diabolic Hill caps off his rookie campaign as he captures the Valley Victory. I'm here alongside winning trainer and co-owner Annie Stobie. Annie, congratulations on this one. And let's just talk about that stretch drive, because I think we saw a little bit of everything in one with Diabolic Hill, a little bit of greenness, but his ability to fight. He's been superb, hasn't he?
He's just phenomenal. Like, the way he fought down the stretch, you can't ask for more from a horse.
You know, we talked about this in the past, though, just about his development and his maturity. I've never really seen a horse in quite some time, a young trotter as well, just make this kind of maturation process so quickly. What's been a testament to that?
I think it's just the time, and honestly, like I've said, him going on the road really helped, and he's just a smart boy.
I mean, we watched that stretch drive as well. Todd made a couple of moves, but he popped the pocket early. It looked like he was going to coast the victory, but then Spencer Hanover started to fight back, but so did your colt. Is that just a little bit of greenness, though, with him? Does he just like to wait on certain horses?
Absolutely. Todd said he got a little bit lost, but then kicked right back on for him.
Your first time training a trotting colt. For you, what's been the experience like all season long, and what are you looking forward to about him next year?
Well, it's definitely more difficult in a different way. He's definitely earned his name. But it's so rewarding to have an animal that powerful perform like this.
Well, he's had a sensational year. You've had a sensational season as well. And we look forward to watching him next year, Annie.
All right, thank you. I can't wait to bring him back.
All right, Diabolic Hill, Annie Stobie, Todd McCarthy. They wrap up this Colts rookie campaign with a victory in the Valley Victory.
And race 11 now official. 6 Diabolic Hill, 420, 220, and 210. The 8 Spencer Hanover, 280 and 220. And the 1 Nix Nacken, $3. A 6-8 Exacta, $11.40. 6-8-1 Trifecta, $29.60. The pick 3, $113.10. Superfecta 6-8-1-5, $234. And 6-8-1-9, $943. Once again, there was a dead heat for fourth between the 5 AI and 9 Nebbiolo. Post time for race 12, 11:09, Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, and our final pick 3. In race 14, scratch 9, interest-free judges. Two-year-olds are off and trotting. American Power and AI away together with Diabolic Hill. And on the inside, Dublin, Hanover, and Nix Nacken on the rail in there. Let's see, 6 wide around the first turn. Dexter Dunn, Nix Nacken cuts the corner from the rail, gets the lead. Dublin, Hanover on the inside second. AI goes up to challenge for the lead quickly with Diabolic Hill fourth and on the move up. And going up is Spencer Hanover, the Breeders' Crown winner. Around that breaker, Jim Beam. Jim Beam broke. Then it's American Power, followed by Twin Bee, Seven Sins, and Nebbiolo. And the breaker and far back and back trotting is Jim Beam. That quarter was 28 and 3. And Diabolic Hill still trying to clear the lead, does that, but Spencer Hanover pounces on him. Spencer Hanover and Jason Bartlett, they're going to take over before the half. Diabolic Hill back in second. AI is now tracking third. Nix Nacken is fourth. It's Dublin, Hanover on the inside, fifth, and American Power is sixth, followed by Twin Bees, Seven Sins, and Nebbiolo. And the distant trailer, Jim Beam, that early breaker, 56 and 3, 28 seconds. 3 hits to go on the final turn. Spencer Hanover at 8-5, stalked by Diabolic Hill at even money. AI is right there, and here comes Nix Nacken, who comes to call, and deuce popping Diabolic Hill and Todd McCarthy. It's Diabolic Hill pouncing on Spencer Hanover. Nix Nacken is right there. And AI needs to shake loose late. American Power fifth. They turn home off 3/4 and 1, 25 and 3. Diabolic Hill and Todd McCarthy in front. Diabolic Hill trying to finish it off. Spencer Hanover found more. He's fighting back. And Nix Nacken is third on the outside. An epic duel to the wire. Diabolic Hill on the outside. Spencer Hanover on the inside. Diabolic Hill in the Valley victory. Then Spencer Hanover. Then Nix Nacken. And Nebbiolo was flying late. 153 and 3. Nix Nacken third. Dublin Hanover eighth. Jim Beam was ninth. American Power seventh. AI fourth in a dead heat. Diabolic Hill the winner. Twin Bee Seven Sins sixth. Spencer Hanover second. Nebbiolo fourth in a dead heat. It's 3, 8, 9, 7, 4 dead heat, 1, 6, 2, 4 dead heat, 153 and 3.
Champions are made on the racetrack, but many of them are born, raised, and developed at farms right here in New Jersey. New Jersey is home to nearly 100,000 acres devoted to the horse industry, and harness racing's breeding and training facilities play a vital role in protecting open space and supporting agriculture throughout the Garden State. With the state's ongoing recognition of the importance and value of the standardbred industry, New Jersey will remain a place where champions are made. To learn more, visit sboanj.com. Armitage Farm in Midway, Kentucky is poised to make an immediate impact in the rapidly growing harness racing market in the Bluegrass State as a prominent breeder. Jim McLean and his wife Rita Armitage have purchased and developed a 500-acre state-of-the-art standardbred nursery, well stocked with a top broodmare band with the focus on trotters. Armitage Farm looks forward to selling their first crop of yearlings in Lexington in 2025. For more, ArmitageFarm.com. Armitage Farm, trotting into the future.
Bugler Justin Nuren with the call to post, and here they are for race 12. Number 1 is Arden Messi with Todd McCarthy, Jeff Collifer, Pollock Racing. Number 2, dance partner Mark Hirschberger at the lines for Bill McKenzie, Alma Iafalise, and Vincent Ali Jr. 3, Blue Onyx, Yannick Gingras for Ron Burke, Burke Racing Stable, Brad Grant and Weaver Bershemi. There's the 2, dance partner, Mark Hirschberger, and just going by us now, 3, Blue Onyx with Yannick Gingras. T.H. Tyson, the 4, Patrick Ryder. Chris Ryder trains for Mac Nickel, FAC Racing, Robert Mondillo, and Carl Sackheim. Straight Talk is the 5 with Brad Chisholm driving, trained by Maria Reed for Fusco Strong. Pompeo Hanover is number 6 with Brett Beckwith for Jake Lehman and Patrick McCann. The 7 is Stellar Yankee, Jordan Stratton driving for Corey Stratton and Howard Jacobs. Seaside Escape, number 8 with Jason Bartlett, Per Engblom, Evans Nation, Engblom Stable, Hickory Hollow Stables. Knocking Out, number 9 with Jonathan Ali for Michael Posner, Michael and Adrian Sellis. Light and Sweet, number 10 with Scott Ciron for Tom and John Cancelleri. Race 12, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and our final pick 3 tonight. Our price play, the 4, T.H. Tyson at 4-1. He's capping off a pretty productive 4-year-old campaign. We note the narrow loss with a 26-3, a late surge. 3 starts back. He gets some class relief here and an inside draw. The 1, Arden Messi at 9-2. I thought he had a chance from post 10. He got roughed up last week. He finally moves inside, gets another shot at this reduced level. The 7, Stellar Yankee, 11-1. Hasn't exactly been stellar recently, but he was more energetic in his return to the Big M. He gets another dose of class relief in this drop-down derby. 4-1, 7.
All right, race 12 is up next. I'm joined on the set by John Rallis. We're going to take a look at the last pick 3 of the night, races 12, 13, and 14. John, I just want to get your impressions of tonight's stakes action. You know, there are 8 races now for your mind to kind of digest. Which of the performances stand out in your mind?
You know, for me, obviously, Lexus Cody, clearly, I mean, that was a superb effort. But he was a horse that we expected him to be a main contender and obviously get the job done. But for me, I was really impressed with the way how She's a Bulldog was able to piece it all together tonight, though, because the filly who everybody talked about, especially Burke, saying that she was the most talented he's ever trained, arguably, or potentially, and tonight she put it all together. So I'm just really impressed with that effort and curious to see what kind of a sophomore campaign she can have, because if she can piece it all together, the speed and the talent is there.
Most exciting finish of the night?
Most exciting finish, it has to be what we just saw, Diabolical and Spencer Hanover. 2 really great colts going toe-to-toe during a stretch drive. 2 great drives by 2 great drivers as well.
John, you mentioned something about in the interview with Annie that Diabolic Hill you thought had a little bit of immaturity. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's something that Annie kind of touched on when I got a chance to speak to her ahead of this colts debut. debut, but you could see that sometimes on the lead he just starts to wander a little bit, right? I mean, he's got a wicked brush move, and he can make he can just sprint for a piece in a big way. When he pocket popped early, you could tell you thought he was going to be a comfortable winner. He was under tight lines to Todd McCarthy, but then he waited on them a little bit. And then Spencer Hanover, who's also pretty game, he fought back, but as soon as he cleared him up the inside, Diabolical was able to get the job done again. So we saw a little bit of everything with that colt tonight.
Yeah, hopefully all these horses winter well, and we have a great Hamiltonian 101.
We've got a great group of a rookie trotting colts. So, and you know what? Each and every one of them have kind of taken turns of, flashing their dominance, Endurance, Apex, Diabolical, Spencer Hanover. We're in for a treat next year, Dave.
What about the horses who are going to be in the 3-year-old colt pacing class? Obviously, Bojangles is at very much the top of the heap. Who else do you think might be good next year?
Yeah, I mean, I thought Melillo raced super though tonight, right? And I think Burke's pacing crop, I mean, they're ones that I think are going to be able to take another step forward going to next year. But a colt we never saw here tonight, Brandon Boulevard. I mean, I think Andrew Harris has plenty of reason to be excited about his sophomores, not only on the colt side, but on the filly pacing side as well. So Brandon Boulevard, I'm expecting to get even better next year as well.
All right, a great fall Final Four FanDuel Championships night here at the Big M on this Saturday, November the 15th. Let's talk about the 12th race, John. We still got some money that we want to make on the night. Non-winners of $5,000. We have a full field of 10. You and I both land on number 1, Arden Messi, and this was the price that I was kind of hoping for.
Yeah, and you know what? He gets a much better draw to work with. So we got 2-1 from post 10 last time out on a horse that typically doesn't have flash, quick gate speed. But Jason Bartlett handled this guy aggressively from the outside, and it was to his detriment, right? Because he ended up getting parked the entire mile. He books off, but Arden Messi's able to work out a starting position from the inside. I think he's going to have every opportunity to work out a pretty good trip, and hopefully he doesn't have to take as much air as last week.
As I recall, he's a horse who likes to chase down horses.
Absolutely. Yeah, so with the inside draw, again, tough to get parked from the rail, so he's going to be able to push out of there, hopefully work out a stalking trip, and get the job done late.
I gave out Stellar Yankee last week. I thought that he might revert to his old speed ways. He was up into the hunt. He ended up 4th in what I thought was a good, even effort, for lack of a better term. Now gets a little more class relief. This one's getting ready to win.
I'm really perplexed that he's 6-1 right now because he loves racing at this level. I know the efforts haven't been superb, but those were tougher classes. I thought he would take a little bit more support here. I think 6-1 is a great number here on a horse that enjoys racing at this non-winners of 5,000 level.
T.H. Tyson, this is, to me, a typical horse who has that big one move in a race, and it's a matter of the timing.
Yeah, and he hasn't hit the board in his last few starts, but this is a horse who definitely has a lot of speed, especially late in the mile. I think he's going to like this group a lot more to his liking. He's got a good draw to work with as well. So to your point, Dave, if he works out a stalking trip, he's got some versatility, but I always like him maybe sitting late and chasing for a big piece late in the mile. I find he races better that way.
Blue Onyx, 7-2 in the book, 7-2 on the board. I didn't think that this horse would take as much money. You?
Yeah, a 3-year-old facing older horses. I know he's taken on some Kentucky Sire Stakes tries over at Cumberland as well as Lexington. I thought it was a fair effort last time out, but against the horse who got the job done earlier tonight in Gentleman's Club, right? So a nice little reference point there. But again, it's a 3-year-old facing older, which I don't necessarily mind, but I think the 3-year-old has to show a little bit more for me to back him versus older stock.
Saba Rock was a very good-looking winner in 150-1. Seaside Escape was 4th in that race. Did you take anything positive away from that effort?
I thought that Jason Bartlett went to the horse that was far superior in that effort, right? And now he's going to go back to another Perengblom trainee. There's no Saba Rock here in this spot. I thought that was a solid effort last time out, but I think this is a spot where Jason Bartlett was just pledging his allegiance to a trainer that he drives so much for.
It's an even tote board. Light and Sweet's taking a lot of money for Tom Cancelleri. Scott Zeron from the far outside.
Yeah, but he's over 20 on the year. I mean, I think this horse can race really well. He's put forth a lot of strong efforts this year. It's getting the job done as a win candidate that he struggled with all year. I just don't really like him from the outside personally.
Race 12, non-winners of 5,000 in their last 5 starts. John and I are on the same page here. We're going to take Arden Messi N for Jeff Cullifer right now, 9-2 on the big board. And we both have in the mix number 4, T.H. Tyson, and number 7, Stellar Yankee. So maybe a 147 box here in the 12th race. Let's kick off the final pick 3 of the night and send it to Ken Warkington for the call.
It's post time. They're at the gate. Pacers for race 12. Final call to wager here. Preferred equine starting gate rolling for the field of 10. And a real wide open betting board here. We've got a trio at now 4 horses at 4-1. The 1 Arden Messi, 3 Blue Onyx, 4 T.H. Tyson, and the 10 Light and Sweet. They're on gate race 12. Here they come. They're off. Stellar Yankee guns out with the Seaside Escape on the far outside and into the first turn. That's a Light and Sweet on the extreme outside. Arden Messi cut the corner. Arden Messi And Light and Sweet swoops down on the outside, takes the lead. That Seaside Escape 3 wide and driving now 2 wide. Stellar Yankee takes a seat in 4th in front of Blue Onyx on the inside 5th. Then comes Dance Partner on the inside with T.H. Tyson off the speed. Straight Talk at the rear of the field with Pompeo Hanover and knocking out 26-4. They're in a hurry in this one. And here comes a Stellar Yankee and Jordan Stratton to clear the top. Seaside Escape now pockets up. Light and Sweet on the inside 3rd. Arden Messi is 4th. Blue Onyx is 5th, close to the half. Then it's Dance Partner on the inside 6th with T.H. Tyson. Then it's Straight Talk and Pompeo Hanover is 9th, gapped at the back, knocking out 54-3. A lively pace here and carved out by Stellar Yankee onto the far turn. Stellar Yankee and Seaside Escape are 1-2. Here comes Arden Messi in attack mode very quickly. Attacks on the outside 3rd, soon to be 2nd. A live tow for T.H. Tyson, a 2nd over trip. He's now 4th on the outside. So Light and Sweet is shuffled to 5th on the inside. Pompeo Hanover stacked up 3rd over on the outside. A shuffle for Blue Onyx at 3/4. Stellar Yankee dealing with Arden Messi on the outside. Seaside Escape needs room, and lurking is T.H. Tyson. 124-4 into the stretch drive, trying to close in on Stellar Yankee. Stellar Yankee in front, slingshotting off cover T.H. Tyson, and up on the outside comes Dance Partner, squeezing on through with Seaside Escape. It's Dance Partner, 30-1. Dance Partner, then Seaside Escape, Stellar Yankee, and T.H. Tyson 151-2. Number 2, Dance Partner with the upset here, 151-2 on your Dr. J Stallion Management slow-mo replay. Judges posting 8, Seaside Escape 2nd, 7, Stellar Yankee 3rd, 4, T.H. Tyson 4th, 2-8-7-4. Number 2, Dance Partner, 6-year-old, a big gelded son of a rock and roll dance out of Time and Again by Jate Lobel. Bred by Steve Stewart in Kentucky, Birch Hollow Farms of California or Canada, Alma Iafalise, Cranberry, New Jersey, and Vincent Alley Jr., Old Bridge, New Jersey, the ownership. Trained by Bill McKenzie. Winning driver Mark Hirschberger brings him on by for his 6th win of 2025, career victory number 16. He's won 2 of his last 3. 151-2 tonight. Dance Partner Mark Hirschberger with the upset. And that is a driving double for Mark Hirschberger, and it's official. Number 2, Dance Partner, $63, $31.40, $14.40. It's official. 8, Seaside Escape, $8.60, $6.40, and the 7, Stellar Yankee, $6.60. Exacta 2.8, $489.20. Trifecta 287, $3,083.80. The Dime Superfecta Paid $641.37, 2874. Post time for race 13, 11:28. No changes. Exacta trifecta. Late double, dime superfecta. Race 14, scratch 9. Interest-free judges. They're off. Stellar Yankee guns out with the Seaside Escape on the far outside and into the first turn. That's a Light and Sweet on the extreme outside. Arden Messi cut the corner. Arden Messi and Light and Sweet swoops down on the outside, takes the lead. That Seaside Escape 3 wide and driving now 2 wide. Stellar Yankee takes a seat in 4th in front of Blue Onyx on the inside 5th. Then comes Dance Partner on the inside with T.H. Tyson off the speed. Straight Talk at the rear of the field with Pompeo Hanover and knocking out 26 and 4. They're in a hurry in this one. And here comes a Stellar Yankee and Jordan Stratton to clear the top. Seaside Escape now pockets up. Light and Sweet on the inside 3rd. Arden Messi is 4th. Blue Onyx is 5th, close to the half. Then it's Dance Partner on the inside 6th with T.H. Tyson. Then it's Straight Talk and Pompeo Hanover is 9th, gapped at the back, knocking out 54 and 3. A lively pace here and carved out by Stellar Yankee onto the far turn. Stellar Yankee and Seaside Escape are 1-2. Here comes Arden Messi in attack mode very quickly. Attacks on the outside 3rd, soon to be 2nd. A live tow for T.H. Tyson, a 2nd over trip. He's now 4th on the outside. So Light and Sweet is shuffled to 5th on the inside. Pompeo Hanover stacked up 3rd over on the outside. A shuffle for Blue Onyx at 3/4. Stellar Yankee dealing with Arden Messi on the outside. Seaside Escape needs room, and lurking is T.H. Tyson. 124 and 4 into the stretch drive, trying to close in on Stellar Yankee. Stellar Yankee in front, slingshotting off cover T.H. Tyson, and up on the outside comes Dance Partner, squeezing on through with Seaside Escape. It's Dance Partner, 30-1. Dance Partner, then Seaside Escape, Stellar Yankee, and T.H. Tyson 151 and 2. Arden Messi was 5th. Dance Partner, the race winner. Blue Onyx was 7th. T.H. Tyson 4th. Straight Talk 10th. Pompeo Hanover 8th. Stellar Yankee 3rd. Seaside Escape 2nd. Knocking Out was 9th. Light and Sweet 6th. 5-1-7. 4-10. 8-3. 2-9-6. 151 and 2.
Welcome back here to the Sam McKee Memorial broadcast set. I'm here alongside Dave Little, and Dave, it's a late double time, so let's go through your sequence in the here in the double.
Well, first and foremost, I really have a strong opinion on Like a Shadow here in the 13th race, John. I think this one deserves to be a single.
Mm-hmm.
I think that this one right now, 5-2 second choice. No way this horse isn't going to be the favorite. And I'm sure that you agree with me on that.
Yep.
Last 2 starts, Like a Shadow is a close-up second place finisher. at 7-5 and 9-5, both times the favorite, at the Trackmaster 77.5 level. And as you and I have discussed ad nauseum, over the last, 2 years that we've been sitting together, that first big leap is from the 74.5s to the 77.5s. So this isn't merely a drop for me. It's kind of a significant drop. That's why I think Like a Shadow can dominate here in the 13th race.
Yeah, he's put himself in some pretty good spots. He's likely going to be in a pretty good spot again. Just that 1 for 20 on this year. I think that's the only glaring issue, I'd say.
I don't think there's any question about that. We don't have a bunch of prolific winners in this field, thankfully, and I did put that into the old calculator, if you will. Did impress winning at the 74.5 level, 3 starts back. That was from the 10 hole, showing speed at both ends of the mile. And I just feel that off the form that this gelded son of Shadow Play has shown us lately, that Like a Shadow is clearly the one to beat.
Certainly think he's the speed of the race here, and I think he's probably the safest horse that you can back in the first half of that late double. In leg number 2, though, I mean, Komodo Beach, he is the morning line favorite at 3-1. You aren't going to use him, though, in the finale. You're going to go too deep, but no Komodo Beach.
Yeah, and, Madeline's Blackjack, I thought, kind of figured. I'm a big lover of Dover Down shippers, not as much as Harrington, but I'll tell you this much. The Harrington $25,000 claimers might only go for $10,000, so it might be a little bit of confusion for the handicapper, but I think those races are considerably better, obviously, than a low-end conditioned pace here. Now, Madeline's Blackjack, off a respectable third-place finish with the non-winners of $5,000, now gets the drop to the non-winners of $2,500.
And a stateside lockdown, another one that you're going to use here, a nice fourth-place finish in his latest.
Yeah, just straight-up back class. Jordan Stratton drives. Ron Burke looks for his 5th win of the night, and hopefully stateside lockdown can get the right trip. This one is a seeker, not one who likes to be seeked.
All right, there it is in graphic form, a $20 ticket there for a $40 cost. He's going to go 2 with 2-7 in Dave Little's late double.
And here are the Pacers for race 13. Number 1, Sono Confuso. Driver Mark Hirschberger for Bill McKenzie. Owned by William J. McKenzie and Vincent A. Alley Jr. Like a Shadow, number 2 with Tyler Miller. Paul Stratton trains. Owned by Ashley and Paul Stratton. American Mercury, number 3, Jordan Stratton driving for Michael Posner and Jennifer Bongiorno stable. 4, I'm Staying Alive with Jason Bartlett, trained by Paul Fusco for Thomas J. Santaramo. Last Mock, number 5, Frank Calcagni, the owner, trainer, driver. Father Ted is the 6 with Kyle Symington, trained by Michael Russo for Canarsie Stable. 7, Lazarules, Brett Beckwith, driving for Jose Ramos and Howard Slaughterhoff. Gateway Patriot, number 8, driver Brad Chisholm, trainer Jeff Smith, and owned by the Gateway Stable. Number 9 is Able to Be with Patrick Ryder, owner-trainer Michael Calderone. There's the 7, Lazarules, Brett Beckwith. And the 8, Gateway Patriot, Brad Chisholm. 9 is Able to Be with Patrick Ryder. And the 10 is Captain Carter, Jonathan Alley driving for John Bavosi, the owner and trainer. There's the 9, Able to Be, Patrick Ryder. And number 10, Captain Carter, completes the field. Race 13, Exacta Trifecta, late double, dime superfecta. The 2, Like a Shadow, 8-5 favorite here. Twice beaten favorite. He just missed with lively efforts in his last 2. He drops back down to the level of that most recent win off a 6 scratch, and he certainly draws better tonight. A 3, American Mercury, 5-1, moves inside off a no-chance trip. He was competitive in his previous 2 in this Trackmaster 74.5 class. He's acclimated now. And the 1, Sono Confuso, 5-1. He's gathering momentum and form since coming back off a 6 scratch. Stole away on a lead last week. Bumps up a notch here with the rail strong number in the win column. Mark Hirschberger looking for his 3rd tonight, 2-3-1. Pacers at the gate. It's post time. Final call to wager on race 13. Field of 10 lining up. Preferred equine starting gate moving. Number 2, Like a Shadow, the even money favorite. 7-2 on the 7, Lazarules. And 5-1, 3, American Mercury. They swing off the turn into the stretch. Race 13 starts the late double, and here they come. They're off. Lazarules guns out hard from the outside. Early speed from American Mercury and Like a Shadow on the inside, and Sono Confuso on the rail, cuts the corner into the first turn. I'm Staying Alive settles in the 5th spot. And next it's Last Mock on the inside with Father Ted, and then Gateway Patriot and Able to V. Captain Carter is the early trailer, a long way from that leader. Lazarules hammered down to 2-1 here with Brett Beckwith, and hits the quarter in 27-3. Lazarules a loose leader in front by 2.5 lengths. Like a Shadow is second. Sono Confuso third across the backstretch. American Mercury is fourth by 2. Then it's I'm Staying Alive, followed by Last Mock, another 2.5, tightening in Father Ted, and then Gateway Patriot, Able to V, and Captain Carter can see them all. They're halfway home, chasing Lazarules in 56 seconds. Lazarules by 2.5 lengths. Like a Shadow trying to tighten in that pocket spot. Sono Confuso on the inside, third. American Mercury is fourth as they continue around the far turn. And they head to 3/4 with no racing room. That's I'm Staying Alive on the inside. And he is stride for stride with Last Mock, who's spinning his wheels. At 3/4, Lazarules stalked by Like a Shadow, poised to pounce. Sono Confuso and American Mercury. Lazarules leads them home. 1:24-2. Lazarules, and here comes Like a Shadow out of the pocket spot and takes the lead. It is Like a Shadow and Tyler Miller looking to draw clear. Lazarules full out now. Then American Mercury and Sono Confuso on the outside. It's Like a Shadow at even money. Pays off the chalk. Like a Shadow. Then American Mercury, Sono Confuso, and Lazarules. 1:52-2. Number 2, Like a Shadow on your Dr. J Stallion Management slow-mo replay. Judges posting 2, Like a Shadow, 3, American Mercury second, 1, Sono Confuso third, and 7, Lazarules fourth. 2, 3, 1, 7, 1:52-2. Number 2, Like a Shadow. He's a 7-year-old, a bay gelded son of Shadow Play out of Magic Number by Rock and Roll Hanover. Was bred by the Wild Dunes Stables and Westridge Stable, British Columbia. Owned by Ashley and Paul Stratton of Hightstown, New Jersey. Paul Stratton, the trainer. Winning driver Tyler Miller puts a perfect trip on Like a Shadow. Scores his second win of 2025, career victory number 23. And he equals his lifetime mark of 152-2. Like a Shadow. Race 13 official. Number 2, Like a Shadow, $4, $2.80 and $2.20. Number 3, American Mercury, $7.20 and $4.60. And the 1, Sono Confuso, $5.60. 2-3 Exacta, $28.40. The 2-3-1 Trifecta, $100, $12.60. The pick 3, $100, $22.60. The pick 4, late pick 4, $200.40. Pick 6, $19,929.72. The Dime Super, $22.10. No changes. Race 14. Post time 11:46. Scratch 9. Interest-free judges. 10-set high five. They're off. Lazarules guns out hard from the outside. Early speed from American Mercury and Like a Shadow on the inside. And Sono Confuso on the rail. Cuts the corner into the first turn. I'm Staying Alive. Settles in the 5th spot. And next it's Last Mock on the inside with Father Ted. And then Gateway Patriot and Able to V. Captain Carter is the early trailer, a long way from that leader. Lazarules hammered down to 2-1 here with Brett Beckwith and hits the quarter in 27-3. Lazarules a loose leader in front by 2.5 lengths. Like a Shadow is second. Sono Confuso third across the backstretch. American Mercury is fourth by 2. Then it's I'm Staying Alive, followed by Last Mock, another 2.5, tightening in Father Ted. And then Gateway Patriot, Able to V. And Captain Carter can see them all. They're halfway home, chasing Lazarules in 56 seconds. Lazarules by 2.5 lengths. Like a Shadow trying to tighten in that pocket spot. Sono Confuso on the inside. Third, American Mercury is fourth as they continue around the far turn. And they head to 3/4 with no racing room. That's I'm Staying Alive on the inside. And he is stride for stride with Last Mock, who's spinning his wheels. At 3/4, Lazarules stalked by Like a Shadow, poised to pounce. Sono Confuso and American Mercury. Lazarules leads them home, 124-2. Lazarules, and here comes Like a Shadow out of the pocket spot and takes the lead. It is Like a Shadow and Tyler Miller looking to draw clear. Lazarules full out now. Then American Mercury and Sono Confuso on the outside. It's Like a Shadow at even money. Pays off the chalk. Like a Shadow. Then American Mercury, Sono Confuso, and Lazarules. 152-2. Sono Confuso third. Like a Shadow the winner. American Mercury second. I'm Staying Alive was fifth. Last Mock was ninth. Father Ted sixth. Lazarules fourth. Gateway Patriot was eighth. Able to be seventh. And Captain Carter 10th. Rechecking, it's 312-5964. 8-7-10, 152-2. Thank you, bugler Justin Nuren with the call to post. Race 14, 10-cent high five. On track 1 is War We Total. Brett Beckwith driving for Eddie Sager in the Right Move Racing. 2 is Madeline's Blackjack with Tyler Miller, trained by Michael Fuminero, a co-owner with William Benna and Wayne McGee. Lions Pegasus, number 3, Brad Chisholm drives, trained by Paul Blumenfeld for Boss Racing USA. The 4 is Komodo Beach. It's Jason Bartlett. Joe Bongiorno trains for Morrison Racing Stables. Albergo Hanover. Joe Bongiorno, the trainer-driver for JB Racing, number 5. Number 6, Haggard. Patrick Ryder for John Bavosi, owned by Jeffrey Webster. Stateside Lockdown is the 7 with Jordan Stratton. Ron Burke trains. Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi. Master of the House, number 8 with Jonathan Ali, trained by Chris Choate for Timothy Dragg, James Crawford IV, and Rich Preziotti. Scratch 9, Interest Free, Stop the Shootin', number 10 with Mark Hirschberger for Jeff Collifer and Pollock Racing. Race 14, the 10-cent high five, 2 Madeline's Blackjack at 9-2. Made that transition from Harrington, the half-mile track. It picked up the show with a 26-4 last week and draws inside and dropping further. The 7 Stateside Lockdown, 8-1, sports that mark a 152 here this season. Showed some improvement in his latest at Pocono. Team Burke looking for 5 on the card. And 4 Komodo Beach, 4-5, draws well for his comeback off a solid qualifier, and he was chasing the classy Captain Albano. It could spark that Team Bongiorno duo in this finale here, 2-7-4.
Well, it's time to bring the curtain down on this full Final Four FanDuel Championships night with the 14th race. One last time alongside John Rallis, Dave Little with you here in the 14th race, scratch number 9, Interest Free A. Now, I'm alive in the double, John, with the 2 Madeline's Blackjack and the 7 Stateside Lockdown GB. And you've been giving me a little bit of teasing here that I don't have number 4, Komodo Beach. Tell me what I missed.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that you left this guy off because he's got the speed in the class to get the job done. You can see he's got a mark of 48-4 in his career. He's certainly fast, and maybe we haven't seen him race since October 7th, but those were some tries at Yonkers. I think he's really going to enjoy being back on the big track here, where he's going to get an opportunity to stretch his legs. And look who he qualified against as well, Captain Albano, Captain Crusader, who put forth a really sharp effort here in his first start back. This guy's got a lot of class, and the Jason Bartlett, Joe Bongiorno pairing has been sharp as of late, and I'm expecting a really good effort here at a short number.
Well, come on, I'm trying to dig out here. You got number 7 Stateside Lockdown in the second spot. Tell me why he can win the race.
Well, he raced really well last time out, right? I mean, he just had a no-chance kind of trip over at Pocono. I thought that was a solid effort there. This is a horse, when he's at his best, he can definitely put forth a pretty good effort, and I thought last time it was an indication that he's going to be able to take a step forward here. Look, you're backing a horse coming out of a really sharp barn tonight, all year, but tonight especially. They're having a big night.
I mean, I just wanted to make you know that the reason why I used the 7 in here was because the opponents winning races in the last 2 were Southwind Gendry and obviously Belmont Royale, who maybe has had a little bit of tough times right now, but he was still a winner in 51-2 going 3 turns.
Absolutely, much tougher rivals, a much tougher company over those couple of tries. But I just wish I saw a little bit more pop on the end of it. That's all. But last time out, 27-2 final quarter. Again, to me, he's going to be able to take another step forward here tonight. But he's going to need to find a little bit more, I'd say.
When you were asking me what I liked about Madeline's Blackjack in the double, I liked the fact that this horse was facing $25,000 claimers at Harrington. I mean, no matter how you slice it, no matter how similar the purses are to the 25 claimer at Harrington to this non-winners at 2,500, those 25 claimers got to be better than these.
Yeah, and I think the fact that this guy got an acclimating mile over the big track last time out, I thought that was a really solid third place effort. He was dismissed on the tote board at over 50-1. He took on some rivals that have been racing pretty well, and he was finishing up pretty well with that sub-27 final quarter. An inside draw to work with, a chance to, and Tyler Miller, I think, is picking up a pretty good drive here too. So, he's taking support at 9-2, and I think that's a really solid number in this group.
War We Total's taking a lot of support. I didn't expect this. Brett Beck with Eddie Sager from the rail. A line that doesn't look all that impressive to me out of Chester, although did race pretty well against Better here at the Meadowlands back on October the 18th and October the 25th.
I wonder if we see this the vintage War We Total, that we know what he's capable of, right? A 50-1, lifetime mark on a sloppy track. We're getting a bit of a sloppy track here tonight as well, Dave. And really, I mean, he's got the pole position. Maybe Brett Beckwith just decides, you know what, I'm going to take advantage of the starting position, push out of there with aggression, and see if this guy can flaunt some back class.
You're a high five guy, so you you gave out a fifth horse. That's number 6, Haggard, for John Bavosi. Patrick Ryder will drive. This horse showed speed at Chester back on October the 26th, then went off stride, approaching 3/4 in a race at the Meadowlands that was won by J.K. Black Gold. That night, J.K. Black Gold, I believe, was 1-5, so really nobody had much of a shot if you looked at the tote board. What about Haggard in this spot?
Yeah, when J.K. Black Gold drops down to that non-winners of 2,500 level, though, Davies basically printed money. So I thought that was a really good effort last time out. This is a horse, if you can leave from Chester from the outside, I think you can leave obviously from the middle of the gate here without any problems. But a horse, I think that is a definite ticket horse. And he's got some late speed to Flan as well. So I'd be using him on superfectas as well as high fives.
All right, John Rallis, always great when you're in town. Great to be with us. You were in the back paddock the last 2 nights, and we were shuffling around tonight with Derek Gibner on set. So always great fun to have you in town, and hope you come back and see us in January.
I think I might be back and see you in December, I guess. I think that's the plan, but I'd love to come back in January as well. Anytime you guys need me, though, Dave, I love, love doing this, love being, working alongside you and the rest of the team. So it was fun to cap off a stakes, the last stakes card of the year here at the Meadowlands, and it's been a fantastic 2025 racing season.
John, you can tell me, what do you like working better, Meadowlands or Mohawk?
Can't tip my hand.
Can't exactly go there, can you? No, but obviously working at the top 2 tracks in North America, it must be awfully great for you.
It really is, and grateful for all the opportunities that I've got over the last few years and just the continued relationships that I've built. But most of all, I just love watching these horses compete. They're special.
Race 14, non-winners at 2,500 in the last 5. It is the finale on this Saturday night. Let's go to Ken Warkentin for the call. Check us out. Thursday, we're back with racing at 6:20. Ken, it's all you.
Thank you very much, guys. It's post time for race 14 and final call for the 10-cent high five scratch 9 interest-free judges field of 9 at 8-5. The 4 Komodo Beach 7-2 on 2 Madeline's Blackjack, 4-1 on 7 Stateside Lockdown. Here they come. They're off. Komodo Beach shoots out with Albergo, Hanover, and Haggard. Madeline's Blackjack from the inside, and up on the far outside comes Stateside Lockdown, 4 deep in driving. As Albergo Hanover looks for racing room in 5th now and tucks in. Haggard looks to go up 6th on the outside, followed by Lions Pegasus. And then we have Master of the House, and the trailer is Stop the Shootin'. It's Komodo Beach and Jason Bartlett, a brush to the top. 27-4. Across the backstretch, Komodo Beach on the engine now. Stateside Lockdown pockets up and is second by 2.5. Madeline's Blackjack is third. War We Total got away 4th on the inside. Albergo Hanover is 5th. That's Haggard parked on the outside fishing for cover. And then it's Lions Pegasus on the inside with Master of the House and Stop the Shootin'. They're at the half in 56-4, 29-second breather. Komodo Beach rates it here at 9-5. It's Komodo Beach, the target by 1.5 lengths. On the inside, Stateside, Lockdown second. War We Total on the outside third. Madeline's Blackjack is pinned in 4th. Stay around the turn. Albergo Hanover is second over and lurking now. And tracking 3rd over is Haggard, and he'll fan to the outside. Lions Pegasus, a bad shuffle at 3/4. And War We Total and Brett Beckwith surging on the outside. 125-4. They're into the stretch drive. War We Total in front now. Komodo Beach is trying to battle back. Stateside Lockdown dives to the inside. Albergo Hanover full out on the rail. Madeline's Blackjack late pace. But it's War We Total at 4-1. War We Total dominates the finale over Stateside Lockdown. Then Komodo Beach with Stop the Shootin' and Haggard 153. Dr. J, Stallion Management, slow-mo replay showing 1, War We Total first. Judges posting 7, Stateside Lockdown second. The 4, Komodo Beach was third and 10, Stop the Shootin' fourth. 1-7, 4-10, 153. Number 1, War We Total, a 10-year-old bay gelded son of American Ideal out of All For Me by Art Major, bred in Ontario by a War We farm. Owned by the Right Move Racing LLC, Pittston, Pennsylvania. Trainer Eddie Sager, our leading driver Brett Beckwith. Win number 5 on the season, career victory number 28, 153 tonight. It's War We Total. Race 14 is official. Number 1, War We Total, pays $10.80, $7, $3.20. 7 Stateside Lockdown, $4.20, $3.40. 4 Komodo Beach, $2.60. 1-7 Exacta, $40.80. 1-7-4 Trifecta, $171.40. The late double 2-1, $34.80. The pick 3, $418.80. Our final pick 3, and the Pentafecta, $169.91. War We Total, the winner. Madeline's Blackjack 6th. Lions Pegasus 9th. Komodo Beach 3rd. Albergo Hanover 7th. Haggard 5th. Stateside Lockdown 2nd. Master of the House was 8th. Interest-free scratched Judges. Stop the Shootin' 4th. Rechecking 169. 3752. 8 scratch 4. 153. That completes our Saturday program. Live action resumes on Thursday at 6:20. Complete information at playmeadowlands.com. From all of us here at Meadowlands Racing and Entertainment, this is Ken Workington thanking you for joining us and coming to the races. Enjoy your football Sunday. Take care, and we'll talk to you soon. Good night. Here they come. Thereof, Komodo Beach shoots out with Albergo, Hanover, and Haggard. Madeline's Blackjack from the inside, and up on the far outside comes Stateside Lockdown, 4 deep in driving. As Albergo Hanover looks for racing room in 5th now and tucks in. Haggard looks to go up 6th on the outside, followed by Lions Pegasus. And then we have Master of the House, and the trailer is Stop the Shootin'. It's Komodo Beach and Jason Bartlett, a brush to the top, 27-4. Across the backstretch, Komodo Beach on the engine now. Stateside Lockdown pockets up and is second by 2.5. Madeline's Blackjack is 3rd. War We Total got away 4th on the inside. Albergo Hanover is 5th. That's Haggard parked on the outside fishing for cover. And then it's Lions Pegasus on the inside with Master of the House and Stop the Shootin'. They're at the half in 56-4, 29-second breather. Komodo Beach rates it here at 9-5. It's Komodo Beach, the target by a length and a half. On the inside, Stateside, Lockdown 2nd. War We Total on the outside 3rd. Madeline's Blackjack is pinned in 4th. Stay around the turn. Albergo Hanover is 2nd over and lurking now. And tracking 3rd over is Haggard, and he'll fan to the outside. Lions Pegasus, a bad shuffle at 3/4. And War We Total and Brett Beckwith surging on the outside. 125-4. They're into the stretch drive. Warrawee Total in front now. Komodo Beach is trying to battle back. Stateside lockdown dives to the inside. Albergo, Hanover full out on the rail. Madeline's Blackjack late pace. But it's Warrawee Total at 4-1. Warrawee Total dominates the finale over Stateside lockdown. Then Komodo Beach with Stop the Shootin' and Haggard 153.